Okay, another day, another puzzle. Yesterday I did Legos. Technically, I didn't finish doing all of them. I mean, I did, but I didn't. Had lots of alternate builds left to go, but I timed out on. Well, not timed out. I chose. It was time to stop for a little bit, do something else. I still had some jigsaw puzzles I hadn't done before, so today we're gonna do this beauty. It's super pretty looking in this little picture, so I imagine it's gonna be just as pretty, bigger. In the description below, I said I could do it in 5.5 hours. Is that true? Probably not. But I'm hoping because it's so colorful that, and I'm gonna leave the picture up because that's how we roll. That's I'm gonna make this happen because it's so colorful and because you can separate it out into so many different sections. I'm hoping that'll make it go faster because you have all the pretties. So you can do the sky and the yellow. The order in which I'm going to do it is the sky, the yellow, and then probably end up everything else just doing it by section because I'm not patient enough to separate it out. I mean, cross fingers. I'm patient enough to separate out the butterflies and the birds and things. I really don't like separating things out. Okay, at least I'm consistently like I hate it. I hate it so much. But watching this video, please like, comment, subscribe. Tell me, what you hate. If you find it boring, I don't care. Just let me know. Give me feedback. Let me know how you're feeling. Get my numbers up a little bit. I mean, I post usually only on the weekends. That's basically it. I mean, maybe if I get my act together, I'll do it on a weekday. Maybe that'll give me more views. Who knows? But right now, that's what we'd be doing. Setting it up. It's a beautiful day. Who knows if it gets cold enough, I'll put another light on. But yes, please like, comment, subscribe. Thank you for watching this video, giving it a try. With all these puzzles, because I don't buy them myself, I have no idea if it's available anywhere. Obviously, I'm not. I don't earn money off of anything you buy. So that's not what we're doing. Just doing things I enjoy. And then live streaming it because, I mean, I did the doom scroll earlier today where, you're trying to find something to watch. And I did start watching something and then I got into the second episode. No, you know what? I don't even know if I finished the first episode. And I just wasn't feeling it. So instead of doing the doom scroll, I'm like, just go do a puzzle. Stream it. Have nobody watch it with you. You can be by yourself, talking to yourself. It'll be fun. You're going to do the puzzle anyways. No harm, no foul. It doesn't hurt anybody to do it. And, when you're doom scrolling, the odds of you running across something that's uplifting and happy is quite low. I mean, I guess if your algorithm is merciful, maybe, but that's usually not going to be the case. You're going to end up getting lots of junk. Junk. Trying to figure out how to organize this. Like, I already just discussed it, like, not that long ago, and I'm already looking at it, like, how am I going to separate this out in a way that makes it go fast, since I delusionally said I could do it in a fast time. The other day I was going through some of my older videos, looking at them, and I was like, man, every time when I'm done with the video, I move my camera out of the way. So every time I have to reset it and try to figure out, oh, look, it's my foot. Figure out how to set it in a good angle, where you don't have a lot of, that's going to be the butterfly on the bottom. That's okay. Don't have too much glare from the light above, but you can still see the puzzle. But I definitely say that I like it. It has improved over time. If you look at the older ones versus this one's, you can tell the difference. I mean, is it great? Is it the best thing ever? Is it a professional setup? Absolutely not. All of those are no's. Just no. But it's still, I was quite happy that I did improve over the course of time. Proud of myself. It's the small thing. Yeah, I just end up, I haven't decided how I'm gonna, I was like, you should separate it by this, this, and this, but fine, I'll do butterfly. I assume that's butterfly. Oh. As always, you kind of, especially because it's the first time I've ever done this puzzle, you're kind of guessing a little bit what it looks like in the bigger version versus the small one. Sometimes when the picture is stretched out, it looks slightly different. And so you don't separate it out correctly. I don't know. I'm just winging it. Like, it's not the end of the world. It's more of an annoyance for me because I'm trying to see how much I gotta lean in and not go into the camera. I get disappointed in myself if I don't do a good job. Like, it's not a huge deal. Like, you're still gonna get. I'm still gonna finish it. I was putting the tags in this video. I put in first attempt. I mean, technically it is. It is my first attempt, but it makes it sound like I'm not gonna finish it or something. Like, I'm definitely gonna finish the thing. I would never not finish it, unless I got sick or something. Like, there'd have to be some sort of external force. The power would need to go out. Or something. Like, there has to be a reason. Like, I wouldn't just not finish it. There's a reason why you gauge it. When I was deciding whether or not to do which puzzle to do today, you look at how much time you have. Is it a good idea? The answer was no for all those questions, but I still did it. I still tried. Still looked up and looked, don't you do this? Do the small one. Do the short one so you can be done at a good time today. Did I do the short one? No. I'm not supposed to do the long one. This nonsense. This floods. Ugh. You got purple? What is the purple for? Like, there's purple in the grass. So is it grass? Is that what this is? I mean, it's not grass. It's, whatever weed. I mean, beautiful flower. Probably that is weed. That is on the bottom. It's giving me fits. But yeah. Boy. Gotta enjoy this Sunday while it lasts, because tomorrow it's back to work and all that fun stuff. Going back to being an adult again. I mean, I'm always an adult, but sometimes you do more adulting than others. At what point do I accidentally mix an outside piece in with the sky? Not that it was a huge problem, because you can just figure it out fairly quickly. I'm always tempted when I'm separating out my pieces to just separate out the first section and then just start. But they're like, you don't want to have to go back. It's bad enough, when you get to each section, you have to lay out the pieces. That's annoying enough as it is. You don't want to have to separate pieces every single time. For better or worse, that's an outside piece. You kind of just want to get it done on the first go. No matter how much you hate organizing the pieces, no matter how tedious you may find it, you kind of you need to get that established. You need to have that foundation in place, because it'll help you move faster later. In my doom scroll today, I was watching, they had like a clip from Thunderbolts, which I've seen the reviews, and everybody's like, oh, it's terrible, it's depressing. And I was like, but it still looks fun. Like, it gives you the illusion of hope that it would actually be a decent... I don't know. I don't understand how you can mess up the standard formulaic superhero movie and make it so terrible. Like, they're all so convoluted, stupid. Terrible. Like, can you not do a random plot thingy? Like, let's figure this out. It can't be bad, nearly as bad as you say it is. I'm not gonna go pay to watch it. I'm gonna keep it real. Like, no, I don't really go to the theater that much. I mean, I guess maybe to make myself get out of the house, I could do it. Go see it on a matinee or whatever. It'll be cheap. Although that's just gonna make me reminisce, because I'm old enough. I miss the dollar theater. That became the $1.50 theater. That became the $2 theater, and is now They renovated it. It's now a normal theater. It doesn't have cheap movies anymore. It has first run movies, but it also has, because where I live has a thriving Indian community. It's got a bunch of Indian movies in it too. So it's got both. So it's a bummer. It's a bummer. I mean, times change. There's good things and bad things about the change. You know, that and inflation in general. It's like you're never going to be able to keep it that cheap and earn enough money to pay your employees' wages and stuff. But you know, that's where we're at. Well, that, and it's just, you know, the trouble with streaming is that because films go to streaming so quickly, you don't really need to pay to see it in the theater. You can just wait a couple weeks. The only reason you would need to go to see it in the theater is if you don't want it to be spoiled, which obviously, because of my algorithm, I know how the movie ends, even though I haven't seen it, which is a bummer. But I didn't care enough about it to stop myself from seeing the spoilers. So it wasn't a huge detraction. Like, if I wanted to, like, I feel like there was something that I just didn't watch any of the reviews for it. I just skip them when they come up from the streamers that I watch. Like, I just don't watch those things because I don't want to be spoiled on it. But I cannot for the life of me remember what it was that has that on. Because most everything nowadays, you're like, yeah, I don't really care. It's not. I don't get the hype that I used to get from things like that. I don't know if it's just it's the movies or it's me. It could go either way. You could just be, you know, I'm just not feeling it. I'm one of those people. What I watch is it's all about your mood at the time, what you're feeling, that you wanna watch, whether it be something cheesy, ridiculous. Like, do you want to watch a brainless superhero flick? Like, what is it you want out of it? And it's very rare that something that you're not looking for will engage you in such a way that you'll want to watch it, which is a sad state of being, honestly. You know, where you have so much choice that you can literally just skip anything you don't want to watch and then not watch it. You just, that thing that could have been great, that could have been quite engaging, you're going to miss it because you have so many choices, so many options, and you can just, it'll either get buried or you just, you know, you say no in the moment, and then because everything has its 5 seconds of fame and then it disappears, it's gone. Like, you just don't remember it exists. Like, it may turn up later, but everything was just more exciting back then than it is now. I just but that, and yeah, it just, there's just not a lot of great quality anymore. I watched the trailer for the new Jensen Ackles TV show, which is on Prime, and I was like, well, there's your first mistake. Although Prime does do your standard formulaic show like that one. They usually do quite well on Prime. It's their big fantasy ones that they, you know, destroy the storyline. Those ones don't do so well. But that procedural type show. But it looks, from the trailer, it looks like a primetime show, which is a little bit weird. Like, it looks like it should be on a primetime major network, but it's not. I'm like, why? Did they pass on it? You know, did they make the pilot and then try to shop it around, which they usually do, and then Prime is the one that bought it? Like, what are we doing here? Like, how did this come to be? Were you originally always going to be on Prime? Because it does matter. It matters. Like, where you were meant to be, if you were shopped around or not, it determines how much production value is. I mean, it looks fairly formulaic. I give the trailer a C. Like it could be good, it could be bad. I don't know. I'm on the fence. Will I watch it? I don't know. It depends on when it comes out. Like I was scrolling through Amazon in my random doom scroll trying to find something to watch today, and it came up in the coming soon thing. But the problem with Amazon Prime is when it says coming soon, it could be 2 months from now, for people's sakes. And yet again, showing you how much I care. I didn't actually care enough to look it up to see when it actually is going to come out. So that's how excited I am in that show. I mean, that, and they released the trailer at the same time that Netflix did their Tadam stuff. So Netflix had the first look at Choni Chopper, which looks kind of cheesy and ridiculous, but I mean, as first looks go, it wasn't the worst thing ever. He's too teddy bear-ish. I don't know. I mean, he's a reindeer, isn't he? I don't remember. You know what? It's been a while, okay? It's been a while since I watched One Piece. So I don't really... I got to the Flying City at some point, like somewhere around there. So I only got like 400 episodes in or whatever before I stopped watching it. And nowadays you look at it and you're like, it'd be great to catch up, but it's so far behind. This is the problem with those bigger shows. If it's a smaller one, you can look at it and be like, sure, I'll binge watch that show. I'll watch it, from the beginning and burn through it, because I'm the type of person, even though I know how far I got, I would want to restart it from the beginning, but I know how boring the beginning is. Just keep in point of reference if you haven't seen the anime that's based on manga. There's 8 episodes in the first season of Netflix's live action version. That 8 episodes is 100 volumes of the manga, at least like 100. So you're taking 100, putting it in 8 episodes. That is a lot of episodes to burn through. I mean, at least they're 20 minutes long each, so they're not super long. It's a little bit longer than that, but once you cut out the theme song, which I'm not going to watch, and the end credits, which I'm not going to watch, I'm sure, standard formulaic fashion, they'll have a song on either of those. And yes, I'm skipping it. Like most people, I'm skipping it. That, and I have to find it. I want to watch it in the subtitled, not the dubbed, because you lose a little bit when you dub something over, even in animated form. I've watched a lot of foreign TV, and it really does matter. It's one of the many reasons why I prefer Taiwanese shows over Chinese, is that Taiwanese shows are usually, most of the time, not dubbed, versus in Chinese shows, they're almost always dubbed. And you lose something when you don't have that original voice actor. Now, one could argue that because it's an animated show, that doesn't really matter. But for me, it does. It does. Doesn't have the same people. Now, that does not mean I watched the... I did not watch the live-action show dubbed into Japanese for the same reason, because it's backwards. Even though they did get the original voice actors from the TV show from the cartoon, from the manga into the anime, not the manga. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna get those mixed up. You know what I meant. They got the original voice actors to come in and do it. But I mean, it's a perfect example. If you're gonna adapt a show with established fan base, you need to like the original product, and you also need to stay true to it. You can alter it a little bit. You really need the input of the person that made it. That's number one, because that usually is a huge factor in determining whether or not it's going to go well, it's going to be good or not. But also, you can tell if the person that's writing the show loves the source material. And when you buy that product, You buy it because it has an established fan base and you think you can make money off of it. And you need to keep the established fan base and then hopefully also increase your fan base, increase it, have more viewers, normies come in and watch it too. But if you make such a craptastic show that your original people don't like it, the new people don't like it, your new audience cannot sustain you. That, no matter how much we got on this stupid kick over the last couple of years that we're trying to make something for everybody, there's no such thing as something for everybody. There's one thing, water. I guess water is for everyone. Even then, a lot of people don't like water. But, usually, if you're making a product, it's not going to be for everybody. You can't possibly hit all the demographic. You can be hopeful that you can bleed through and get people from different things. But you need to make sure that your established base, whatever, your standard customer likes it. You need them to survive. If you don't, you're going to crash and burn. Like Wheel of Time, like Rings of Power. God knows. What else? What other craptastic thing did they destroy? You cannot shit on your established fan base and expect to, The Witcher, and expect to survive. Like Star Wars, that one also shit on its established fan base. All on the guise of ideology or whatever. Like, it doesn't make sense. It's not a good idea. And if you don't want to do the story that the original story is, then you shouldn't be there. You shouldn't be a part of that group. You shouldn't be making that. You don't belong there. And there's nothing wrong with you not belonging there. You just need to go to where you want to be and where you should be. It's just not, I don't think I organized that well. Let's get a little bit, it's so hard. 22 minutes, it's not too bad. Organizing this out, I've got some weird colors. We'll do orange. Trying to decide, because it's such a hodgepodge color scheme in this puzzle, to figure out what to separate out and what not. It's a little bit wonky. Unfortunately, that means that a lot of times I'm going to run into overlap, where you'll do a section and you'll be missing a bunch of pieces because they're in the next section. They're in a different color. Because, I've got the pink, I just did orange. That's the butterfly. Which technically the butterfly has orange in it too, but I don't know if, I just looked at the picture, I still can't tell. I don't know exactly how that's going to play. I don't know if I should do purple or not. I might do use some purple. Well, were you separating this out by purple or, oh, for Pete's sakes. What are we doing, kids? Because we're starting to get into the separation. You'll have some that are purple, some that are pink, some that are in the in-between. Like, I can't tell. Like, I don't know if I just got that purple one on there. Not tell. But yeah, it's a bummer when they do a disservice to the original source material. Like, for Wheel of Time, I looked at it and I was like, it's an interesting world, even though they didn't do justice to the characters as far as I've heard from people who actually read the books. Like, they didn't do the characters justice, fine. But it got me interested in the world, and I'm one of those people that if you get interested in the world, you want to read everything you can about it. So, I watched Lord of the Rings, and I was like, oh, I want to read the books, those books. They are super, super boring. Not a huge fan. I mean, they weren't terrible. I think the thing I enjoyed most about the books was the appendices at the end that gives you, hey, this is what happened to people after the fact. Like, it's always fun to see, where Gimli and Legolas went after Return of the King and all that, which the favorite my favorite book in the Lord of the Rings series would be The Hobbit. Technically, it's a prequel, but it's part of the group. Which then they adapted that into a movie, and I'm like, why is this so boring and dull? Like, there's a reason why I enjoyed The Hobbit. The Hobbit is much easier to read. It's much faster because it's only one book. And here you done ripped it apart and dragged it out, added a whole bunch of crap that wasn't in there. Like, you didn't, like, maybe I'd let you do 2 movies. But 3 was just a little bit too much. Sometimes you benefit most when somebody holds you back. It doesn't let you do everything that you want. They gave him free reign, Peter Jackson, free reign to go as far as he wanted. And it was too far. You need a little bit of restriction in your life. These pieces. I keep separating these out. It's just a hodgepodge whatnot, okay? Hodgepodge whatnot. I'm over it. I don't know what that is anymore. But, boy, I do like me a good fantasy series. But, Wheel of Time, I think it's 15 books long. I looked at that and I'm like, oh, this is not, I do not want to devote that much of my time and that much lore, that many characters. That's a lot. That's a lot to dive in. It's not that I didn't do. It's one thing if you start that from the very beginning, whenever those books originally started to come out. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I was alive when they started to come out. I'm old enough. I feel like I was. Did I Google it and find out how old it is? No. Yet again, that's how you know how much I care. If I look it up, I cared enough to actually bother to look it up. If I didn't look it up, it wasn't that big of a deal. But, 15 books is too much. 15 books is too much. I just, that, and the problem with this is, as a rule, if ever you see something that that intrigues you, you need to read the book before you watch the movie, because it takes longer to read the book than it is to watch the movie. So, if the movie is good enough, it might be fast-paced enough where the things that they changed won't bother you that much, but because it takes longer for you to read the book than it does for you to watch the movie, if you're reading the book after having watched the movie, everything that is different will be more glaringly obvious than ever. And if you become attached to the book version of that character, it will be even harder to accept. And it'll just be more glaring. It's just more annoying. It's going to be harder to like it. One could argue that's why I didn't like Lord of the Rings that much. Honestly, it's not my jam. Not liking Lord of the Rings is why I didn't read Game of Thrones. Never mind, that's just not done yet, and it never will be finished by the author. So that doesn't help either. I may enjoy the world, but not that much. That and Lord of the Rings is super violent, super bloody. It is a more male-centric audience. And although I do like some male-centric movies, that's not the style I prefer. I mean, when I say that, somebody will be like, how dare you say such a thing? Women can like it too. Yes. When I say male-centric, that just means if you do a percentage of the audience, there would be more men in that audience group. That's the male demographic is higher than women for that thing. And I just don't meet the cutoff for the women part of it. I'm just not a part of that group. I know what I will and won't like. And although I do enjoy parts of the story, I don't care enough to read it. And also, the joy of the internet is that I don't have to. I can just read a wiki page on it, and it'll tell me. Like, when I read Star Wars up until New Jedi Order, when Anakin died, Anakin would be Han and Leia's second son in the books. When Anakin died, I hung it up and stopped reading it. And then later on, I was curious about their sister, who I cannot pronounce her name. Jenna? We're gonna go with Jenna today. That's Is it correct? I'm gonna say no, but I'm gonna point out that I said I didn't know how to pronounce her name even before we started. So this is not my fault. I wanted to see how her story arc went. You get to find out she killed her brother. Good times. Spoilers. Like I just spoiled a whole bunch of stuff. So she killed her twin sibling eventually, which isn't super surprising because in the books, just like in the movies, one of Hanalea's kids did turn evil, did turn to the dark side. It was a whole thing, but it was a gradual turn, and yeah, there was no take backsies, and it was after he killed. Did he kill Luke's wife in the book series? I feel like he did. I don't know. He went straight up evil, and in the end, she was like, "Yeah, we're done." There was no bringing him back. It was just killing him. And then she ended up with the character that I was hoping she would end up with. I do like me a good romance series. Like that was the long burn. Like every book series, you were just waiting for them to have their little, their one or two scenes of talking to each other, and then they're like, yeah, they're not going to see each other until the next book, the book after. Like they did a great job in the book series, far better than the movies did. Of this is the overarching storyline for the show. This is what we're doing. They had to have some sort of plan, I would assume. I don't know. I could probably look this up. I did not look it up. That they had some sort of meeting, like, hey, this is what you can and cannot do in the show. This is where we're going. This is what's going to happen. Now, they could have changed their mind over time, but I enjoy this. Yeah. I loved the world of Star Wars, and there was so much that could have been done. And the fact that the movies squandered that and threw it away, what made it great, the Star Wars universe, is that the extended universe was all a part of it together. It was one linear timeline. Everything was connected. No alternate universe, no resetting it and ripping apart. Everything connected, and it worked quite well. You may have had some bumps in the road, but it wasn't anything catastrophic. We are almost done with this nonsense. It worked well. They did a good job of making sure that the characters stayed true for the most part to each other. I say that, I know there's some times where they went a little bit weird, but they still did a good job of having that. Oh, I forgot to do the most important part. Having that consistent storyline. It's important. It matters. It matters. The reason why the MCU is suffering so hard is that alternate universe. You can't keep that storyline straight. Like, where are we? What are we doing? Like, why is it so convoluted? Like, which world are we in? Like, who has the time for this shit? And because your storylines keep dying because of actors and things like that, like, it's all just one big gobbledygook. Like, you should have just recast Kang and call it a day or something. Like, if you wanted Kang the Conqueror, you could have recast him. You have a multiverse. You could have just recast him. Hell, you had the money. You could have used CG and done this. But, you had to go a different way. It's too much. Especially for those, I didn't read the comics. I don't have any idea what's going on. I can't. Nobody has time to devote to all these random side characters that are all going together. Because you keep changing it, nothing's working. It's such a hot mess. That whole thing is, where's this piece? How did I already? The party, like, where's that one? Ugh, it's so disappointing because I liked the world, but it just, you oversaturated it because it was so popular. You just kept making more and more shit. You chose quantity over quality. No. But yeah, I would love to have a fantasy series I could jump in again and enjoy. But right now, no such thing. No such thing. Because it's just, yeah. I'm disappointed in what they've done. You need to make sure that your foundation is set for it to flourish and be great, and they're not doing that. Boy. I need to find a good show. I need to finish one. I thought about yesterday. I had started a Korean show, Dear Hwarang. Did I say that correctly? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I started it. It's on Netflix. And I got episode 4, end of episode 4, and that's where I stalled. It's never a good sign. You know, some shows are made to be binged and some aren't. And because we're all used to watching and binging shows, when you run into ones that aren't really made for that, it's harder to care as much. Like, was there a mystery to be solved? Like, who is this man? Why is he impersonating her brother? You know, what's going on? Are they going to have a romantic love interest even though they're supposed to be related? Like, are they actually related? Has he just lost his memory? Like, I don't know. What is the actual synopsis for the 4 episodes I did? It was only 11 episodes, which I find weird. Their episodes are usually 12. So did they get cut short? Did they run out of did they run out of story? Like, did something happen that they had to be 11 episodes and not 12? Or did they make, like, the last episode just extended or something? Like, something weird. Because the last time I had one where they cut an episode short was for a show that got canceled. Because, oh shit. I tipped over my chair. Okay. The show that got canceled in Korea, a lot of times, you know, they're shooting the show while it's airing on TV. So because it did such bad ratings, whatever, they just cut it short 1 episode. Like, you need to wrap it up in this one and call it a day. So they had to try to wrap up the show. Well, honestly, I don't know with that one. I do enjoy the show. I've seen it numerous times. I don't know if you could say that I don't know how much time they had. I don't think the internet told me how much time they had to reconcile their storyline. So that's what is it called? Me Too Flower. Why is that the name of the show? It has multiple names. The joy of overseas shows, which is they have multiple names when you translate it into English. So the amount of times I'll see a show that's on, I did do that right, Netflix or whatever, and they have a different name for the show. See, where did that piece go? It must be in that nonsense. They'll have a different name for the show than what I watched it under, and it's the weirdest thing. It's not a great show. It's just one I liked. That falls under the I liked it because I liked it. Do I recommend it to others? It got canceled. Probably not. I mean, it has one of the best. No, it's not. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it myself. I almost said it has one of the best side couples, but that's not true. That's not the show. I'm mixing 2 shows together. That's a different show I liked called Wild Romance. That was a great show. I enjoyed it immensely. How was it? That one did not get canceled. I don't know how well it did. But it was on in like 2010, maybe. But that one I can't recommend because people nowadays might not appreciate the fact when the 2 main characters, the ones that get together in the show, the romantic couple, have an actual physical fight where the male lead is trying to choke the female out. Like, it's the PC police might not enjoy that so much. Like, should he have done it? No, but she also shouldn't have said what she did. Like, she didn't deserve it, but man, I was like, man, you said the wrong thing. And they ended up together. So if ever there was an enemies to lovers trope, you know, they nailed it on the head. You can clearly tell at the beginning that they did not like each other. But over the course of they became friends, and then they became more friends at the very end. Which that show is one of my favorites. It is a romance. They never kiss. Like they hug at the very end of the show, and that is it. Like that's as close as you get to their relationship, and that's all she wrote. That's the end. It's quite amusing to me. Like you didn't even. I mean, that one on the other hand has the best side couple ever. The best. The bestest of the best. Enjoyed it immensely. I do love me a romance. Formulaic, don't care. It's all about whether or not, with any show, it's all about whether or not you can care about the characters. So, nowadays, the biggest struggle I have, the biggest struggle I have is caring about the female lead, because they've started to write women stupid. Should go through all the female leads I hate. Okay, so the reason why I say they write them stupid, they're going to be part of the standard trope. The tropes I don't like. So the first one would be the doormat. No matter what people do to her, no matter how mean they are, she'll be the one. She's kind of like Cinderella in a way. She's the hardworking whatever, and her friends or her family treat her like shit, and she just lets them. She just lets them walk all over her, puts a smile on her face, forgives them, and lets them do it again. Like, I understand if you didn't realize that person was going to betray you the first time, but at some point, it's your own fault for allowing that person to do you harm. If you put them in a position where they're allowed to do that to you, when you know they're going to do that to you, that's on you. Like, you keep doing this over and over again. And it's all good, and it drives me up the wall. Like, can you get away with that character if they grow or whatever? Maybe. But it drives me bonkers. It drives me up the wall. It's not the most annoying. It's not the most annoying female character, but it is super, super annoying. Another one I really, really hate is the female lead that has all the characteristics of the villainous female character, which in the normal storylines, she would be the evil, treacherous bitch that's trying to get the man. Treats everybody terribly, whatever. But because she's the female lead, it's okay for her to do those things. It's okay for her to do all those terrible things because she smiled, and it's okay. She's the female lead. It's fine. She can do those things. It's okay. Like, the villainess cannot do that because she's the villain, so it's not acceptable. Just because she's the female lead, for no other reason. There's no other redeeming qualities to her. She's just a terrible human being. Another trope I hate, that they can sometimes get away with, but I really do hate it, is that she's the down on your luck, not pretty, but obviously in real life she's not your average human. She is a beautiful woman, usually in those things, and she's down on her luck, whatever. But then she's so down on her luck, but yet she still has multiple suitors. She'll have like 4 or 5 men throwing themselves at her. They're all in love with her. They'll all do anything for her. I'm like, you can't be both. Can we be slightly more realistic? Slightly? Like, it's just ridiculous. Miraculously, she has all these men falling all over her. I'm like, really? Come on now. That one, it just depends. I find it ridiculous. I could probably get away with it. Depending on how they do it, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. But yeah, it's really hard nowadays to, if you hate the lead character, you're not going to want to watch the series. If you hate the female lead, you're not going to want her to get together with the guy. You're going to hate her. Like, maybe she'll evolve over time and get to be a better person, but that's not really how they write the females nowadays. Like, they make the stupidest decisions. You're like, this is all good. She'll choose, because you got to push the ideology that we're in now. She'll choose her career over her man, and then she'll expect her man to wait for her and to just sit on the sidelines and wait for her to do her thing. She'll push it all off, like, we can't get together until I accomplish this random task, which, gosh, I watched, what was it called? It was super popular last year. The guy owned, or was like the manager, I think his family owned the hotel, and she was like a concierge or whatever. Like, she treated the rich clients, whatever, she took care of them, got them whatever they needed, whatever. And of course they had a romance, and in the end she's like, no, I need to prove myself. I need to have my own small hotel. While you run this big one, I need to do this small hotel. So you just put your life on hold, and we'll eventually get together after I've accomplished all the things I need to accomplish. I'm like, this is just stupid. This is just stupid. Like, I mean, he came and visited her. He loved her so much. It was all good. But you looked at it and I'm like, okay. I mean, you chose your career over this. You're allowed to. I'm not saying you can't choose your career over the man. But you need to be realistic in the way you look at things. And it wasn't a realistic, because there's a chance that man won't wait for you. And that's on you. Like, what happens if he wants to settle down and have kids and you don't want to have kids? He's going to go on. Like, he can't wait for you forever. The joy of being a woman is that you have an expiration date. The men don't have, technically they do, but not nearly as much as women do. Like, you have an expiration date. At the very least, it'll make it harder for you to have kids if you want to have kids. These are realistic things you need to address. You need to acknowledge. Acting like it doesn't exist doesn't make it so it doesn't exist. Although that show falls into the category of oftentimes things I watch that'll be hugely popular. I hate them. Like Queen of Tears, hated it. Hated it. What is this craptastic show? Like, why is this so popular? Never mind, the actor is now in a huge scandal. So that's all bust. But I just did not. I did not subscribe to that show. It was just not good. But people loved it. It was hugely popular. Hugely popular. Okie dokie. Where does this piece go? Well, kids, I don't know. It goes in with the yellow pieces is what it goes into. It's not really irrelevant right now. Because I will be... I'll get back to it. That I'm gonna put this here. Then I gotta remember. I'm gonna put this over here for now. Because there's... I can't see it, but there's a little... The blue butterfly is mixed in with the sky. I noticed, and I was like, yeah, we're just gonna... I will cross that bridge when I get to it. It's not the end of the world. Who cares? Who cares? Like, it's not the big deal. It's not the big deal. The good news is this one has lots of different types of pieces. So we'll be able to separate it out into smaller groups. And that'll make it go a little bit faster. And then we'll see with this one. I got to pay attention. Learn from your previous mistakes. I need to pay attention and make sure that if the pieces are distinctive in some way, so you can tell which way they go in to the puzzle, that I separate them out like that and not waste time like I did on the other ones. Get them separated that way and make it go faster. The goal. Why did I miss all these things? I just got done separating them, and now I'm separating them again. Ugh. It matters. It's important. You got to always... The major tip for the day, even though you find it annoying, do not set them out until you've organized out the pieces first. You separated them out by what kind of piece they are. Because if you organize them out, you don't really know how many of each type of piece you have. So you can't gauge well how much space you need. Sometimes there's a certain kind of cut of piece that has a lot more than others. So and that takes into effect. But the number of times where I'm just so impatient, I know, shocker, impatient, that I will start laying it out even before I've separated it out by the type of piece. Look, it's the outside piece. Nailed it. And then I didn't have enough room for it, and then you end up running into things. It's just don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do yourself that way. I'm trying to think if I've missed any horrible tropes I hate. No, I just the heroine that always runs into danger, but she has no skills whatsoever to save herself. Like the female lead I hate. The show I watched that had that character that I didn't finish. It was not really romance. Well, it had a little bit of romance line in it, but it wasn't really a romance show. But it was the Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, the Teenage Witch. I think it was just called The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina. But she was always gung-ho, running into danger, but she had no way to protect herself. She's putting everyone she cares about into danger, and she just run headlong, and then she's just expecting somebody to come in and save her or whatever. I just don't like it when they run headlong into danger. They don't have the skills to protect themselves. They're expecting somebody else to risk their life to go in and save them. It's just super annoying. It's just super annoying. Like, it's just stupid. You're not brave. You're just a moron. You're just a dumbass. At some point, natural selection needs to come in and say, nah, we're done with you. And then, her to die. Like, that, and she's the type of person, I don't know if in Sabrina she did have, I feel like somebody did die at some point, and it was entirely her fault, and she still didn't she didn't learn anything from it. She was just all like, I just need to do it better. I just need to be more gung-ho. Like, they don't learn from their mistakes. It could never be, in their eyes, that's not a fault. They didn't do anything wrong. It's all good. They're a terrible character. You just can't root for them. At some point, you're like, nah. Like, never mind the fact that everybody follows this stupid person, but I just hate her. I hate her so much. It's not a good sign if you're rooting for one of the main characters to die. It's not a good sign. It doesn't really bode well. You're supposed to care about what happens to the character. It doesn't need to be an Oscar-winning performance. It doesn't even. It's just you need to care. If you don't care about them, then what the hell are we doing here? Like, why are we doing this? It's bonkers. Bonkers. I think we need to just keep slinking it together. Bumped it over a little bit. It's too far to the right. Oh, well. Well, we can say I did that because most of the blue is on the left-hand side and it gives me more room to move, but that's not why I did it, so. That's your line. But hopefully we'll be able to do it quickly. At least, ooh, look, on the first try. That's exciting. It's been a while since I've done one of these where it has the shape to it. But I've obviously done them numerous times. It's not new. Okay. Let's see how we do this. It's always a good sign. Like the second one, you're like, nope, don't do it. No joy, no joy. The second one, you can't find the piece that goes into it. No. Well, it should be here. It's gotta be here. Because I saw the blue. Like, there is no blue anywhere else. There we go. I'm just going too fast. Patience is a virtue, kids. Patience is a virtue. Don't go too fast. Calmly. Also, do it the correct way. The correct way. But yeah, so because there's all those characters I hate, it's so hard to find a show that I like and I care about. It's a bust. I end up rewatching the movies I've seen, or TV shows I've seen numerous times. Because at least even though there is no surprise, that they have characters that you actually care about. It's fundamental when you make a TV show or movie that you're supposed to care about the characters. It's a thing. It's kind of necessary. It's a little bit wanted in order for it to be successful, in order for it to work. You need that. They're just not doing a great job of it lately, so. I don't know if it's just because they don't think. They try to make it so women can't have any flaws, like they can't accept that. I don't know. It's just weird. It's just, I feel like they've missed the fundamental concept that usually what you identify with the character is the flaws that they have, that you also have, and then watching them overcome those flaws that we both have is uplifting. Watching them grow as a human being, it's important. Growth is a thing. It's necessary. Nobody's perfection from the beginning. It takes time and effort to, achieve things. You fail. Failure is not the worst thing in the world. Part of achieving is getting back up and trying again. Things like that. Strive for that. I watched Someone Like You the other day. It's a rom-com from, it's like 2010 maybe? Ish? Maybe earlier? I don't know. It might actually have been earlier than that. I don't know. I saw it in the theater, and when I watched it in the theater, the sound went out at the dramatic point at the end. I think they gave credit for that, but it was like, man, come on. Like, right at the dramatic moment when Ashley Judd and Hugh Jackman have their big moment together, the dramatic scene where they confess their love for each other, that's where the sound went out. And like, really? We made it all the way to the end? but it was two human characters that had flaws, that made mistakes and learned from them. Go off the deep end, but then eventually realize you've gone off the deep end and come back to normalcy. Like, they're important things. Is it the best movie ever made? No. But I dare say it was fairly realistic in a lot of ways in how relationships work, how breakups, affect you, how you'll fool yourself and go back with them, things like that. Like it takes some time to get over those things and move on. But I don't know. I enjoyed it immensely. That's the joy. Every once in a while in your doomsday scrolling, you'll find something that you really enjoy and like. I mean, partially it gets points for nostalgia, but it was a simpler time. Had to have been the early 2000s, because now I'm remembering the website that they were making for their the show they both worked on. That was early 2000s website right there. Early 2000s. Back in the day when everybody didn't have a website. Not everybody had dedicated internet all the time. It was a different, simpler world. Bust through this puzzle. What time are we at? We're at 1 hour. Oh, well, I might make it 5.5. I feel like I'm still delusional, but it's the lie I tell myself. It's possible. It's all of whether or not you get stuck on something. Whether or not you can let it go. Hello, viewer. Hope you're having fun on your exciting, I assume Sunday. It could be, well, yeah, it's Monday somewhere in the world. Well, yes. This is 5 o'clock. Yes, it is Monday and somewhere in the world. But how miserable. Hope you're having a fun day. If you have any questions, or what is your favorite or least favorite female character trope? There you go. You weren't here for that part, but I went on and on and on about it. On the type of characters that I hate. So, and by on and on, I said like 2, and then I got distracted by the puzzle. I'm nailing it. I'm doing a great job. Burn through this pretty puzzle. This is my puzzle that I'm doing. It's going to look like that in the end. With the little hummingbirds. It's going to be pretty. Colorful. Whatnot. Yeah. It's going to be awesome. When I eventually get it done. Because obviously I just started. I just started an hour ago. But still, it's going to take some doing to get through it. But it should not be that hard because it's because of all the colors. Usually when people give me puzzles, they just automatically assume by the size of it, or if it's super colorful, that that's the problem. It's not really. The more colors you have, the more you can separate it, the easier it should be in theory. But obviously, the one thing you can't account for when you do a new puzzle, because you just don't know, is how well it's cut. I had the puzzle like 2-3 weeks ago, was it? that I did that was cut so horribly that you had to put it in one piece at a time because you couldn't tell for certain that it was in the right spot. It was quite weird. I'd never had one cut that badly because even the Harry Potter puzzle, the 3,000 piece puzzle, it does have the cut problem, but it's only for a specific row. Which just now occurred to me that the reason it has that problem is because it's two puzzle cuts together. So it's when they make that puzzle, they make it in halves, and then they just put them together. That's why it doesn't go in evenly. It has to be that, or you're cutting it twice or something, because everything's a little bit off in that row. It's not even. So when you put it together, you think it's in the wrong spot, but it's actually in the right spot. And you have to fight it and just go through. It ends up being one of those puzzles where you just kind of leave it. Like if it's wrong, we can fix that in post. Like we can fix that later. We will eventually run into the piece that's supposed to go here, and then we'll be able to backwards figure it out. Unless, of course, it's the Lego set I did yesterday, the instructions I did yesterday, where I just straight up failed, and I just said, no, we're not doing this anymore. One can only have so many failures, okay? You know what? Yesterday was a hot mess. Whether it was the piece that fell on the floor that I spent, I don't know how long, me on the floor with, the camera facing the table. So it's just me talking. I don't know how well you can hear me as I bitch about trying to find the puzzle piece on the floor. Not the puzzle, the jigsaw piece on the floor. It's the joy of puzzling, the joy, the calm, the serenity. Sure. But it'll look beautiful when it's done. I mean, because it's a used puzzle, I don't know if it actually has all the pieces. I didn't ask the person I got it from if it has all the pieces. Not that I super cared, honestly. No. I mean, a little bit, but not really, no. It's not because I've done so many used puzzles in my life, it's not huge detriment to not have all the pieces. Like, you will be fine. I will survive. But, just throw it together. That's up with all the sirens today. I don't know. If I were to remember, I should mark where this is at and go back in and see. You definitely should be able to hear that, the sirens. It's another calm and collected day. It's just because I'm by a major road. And fairly near fire station too. I say all these things. Every once in a while I think about it like, man, if everybody wants to figure out where I am, I mean, come on now. In this day and age, if you have the tech savvy, I don't know how you can hide from a person. If I keep giving off landmarks of where I am, it's not the wisest decision ever, but whatever. Too late now. Why anyone would want, I don't know. People are weird. Gosh. Where is this? But at least right now, I've done a fairly decent job organizing the pieces. I say that and where's that one? There we go. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, kid. You're going to jinx yourself, something fierce, and then you're going to be so annoyed that you messed up. It's always a sad time. Where's this one? Okay. No, this is it. It's always fun when you whittle it down and then the row of pieces get smaller and smaller. I do. That's the thing you enjoy. Start popping it in, the puzzle pieces in. Although this section wasn't gigantic to begin with, but it's still fun. I still enjoy it. I'm still proud of myself. Eee. Gosh. All so I can have it down in a row. I just stop playing with it. Just put it together. But I want the pieces to be nice and pretty. All organized together. It'd be great. It's not entirely vital though. Well, maybe I should do this kind of thing. The butterfly that's on the bottom. Get rid of all those pieces. Why is this so difficult? Here we go. You gotta not forget. I need to move this one over because this is part of the butterfly too. So I don't forget to check it every once in a while because that is my Achilles heel. One of the many is the forgetting the pieces that I've already put together, and then they're just sitting in the side, and then you just haven't checked them all that time. So you were looking for a piece that you'd already put together elsewhere, and it was just hanging out, chilling, sitting somewhere else this whole time, and you were looking for something that wasn't worth the rest of the pieces. It's always a bummer. It's always a downer. It's not a it's not a happy day. Not a happy day. I do get pretty annoyed with myself when I do that. And I clearly do it often, and yet still every time, like, don't forget about your pieces. Forget. I don't know where this one's at. This one. Oodles fun. Okay. This together. Oh. I really should just leave all the pieces that I know are going to be in this thing over here instead of keep taking them back, because they're going to end up in the butterfly eventually. God. I woke up this morning. I guess last night was the last episode for this season of Doctor Who. I watched Doctor Who from Christopher Eccleston till like the very beginning of Capaldi, and then I stopped watching it, and apparently it's gone crazy. Ideological nonsense, whatnot. It's just not good storylines. Just badly written, which is kind of sad. But it just goes to show with all those things, once they have something that's popular, then they either A, take it for granted, or it just runs for too long. Nothing can last forever. Sometimes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. If that's right, it's close. I somehow feel like that's slightly wrong. But the phrase matters. You kind of just need to take a break, wait a little bit, and then come back. You've overdone it. You've overstayed your welcome. You've burned yourself out. You need to make sure you have a good story that makes sense. Spend the time, write a good story. But he had his regeneration, and he turned into Billie Piper, who was a companion for the Doctor from Eccleston to Tennant, the first season of Tennant. And it was epic. This is the drawback of it running too long. I did watch the specials with David Tennant that were, which aired before the latest Doctor was in it. Before he regenerated, I watched his regeneration into the latest Doctor. But it's just, one of the key moments in Tennant's run is when Donna Noble ends up having to have her mind erased, and she loses everything. She can't remember anything that she did during all that time. It's a big dramatic moment for her to come back and it be no big deal whatsoever and easy peasy. It means nothing. You're taking away from that dramatic moment, and it's sucking the fun out of it. Although she did come back in a different. I can't remember. I feel like she came back in some special at some point as well, but it was just a random cameo. She wasn't actually in it. But it was just really disappointing. You're bringing back that nostalgia stuff, sure, but you have to have a clear storyline, and you also have to remember what came before. If you destroy what came before for a few clicks and views, you're doing it all a disservice. It makes nothing matter anymore. It's just not. Maybe they could do a story with Billy Piper coming back would make sense and it'd be fine. But you're doing it for clicks and views. You're not doing it for the right reasons. And we can tell. It looks like she's wearing a wig. She's a beautiful woman. I don't know because I don't think her natural hair color is blonde. So I don't know if they just, when they decided it on the fly, she didn't have blonde hair, she didn't want to dye it. They couldn't dye it in time, whatever, and they put a really shitty wig on her. But they're doing her a disservice. Now, her aging, yes. When she was on the show originally, it was 20 years ago or some shit. It's been forever. She's allowed to get older. That's not the problem. I don't mind that she's older. The wig is just terrible. And the way they lit it makes it even more so. I know nothing about hair and makeup and whatnot, but even I can tell something's wrong. Something's not right. You have the money for a better wig. What are we doing here? Could we not be bothered? This is the best you had at the time. And now, well, that'll do. That's fine. That's as much as we're allowed to devote on this. Did we not care? Is this an after the fact kind of thing? Did you change something? I don't know. But the rumor is that it originally wasn't supposed to be her that it regenerated into, and that they changed it. So, if that's true, who was originally supposed to be there? Did this person get fired from their job? Did they just get cut? Are they going to be back later? What are we doing here? I don't know. Just, it just ran for too long. They just kept going and going and going. They saw money and they're like, let's just keep going until it's dead. And you beat that horse until it was dead. And now here we are. When I cut out it, just because the stories weren't as great anymore. Capaldi was kind of a hot mess, story-wise. Not the actor himself. He did fine. But the stories are what matter for me. I mean, acting is helpful, but if the storyline is trash, you can't. No offense to Capaldi, it's not like he's, he's not there for his looks. He's there for his acting skills and his, which he's great at. He's a really good actor. But it's just not. No. Yet again, missing something, left with nothing. And now here we are. But that's the hip story that's on my newsfeed all over the place, even though I haven't watched Doctor Who forever. Which, that's a great thing about YouTube. When you can't be bothered to watch a show, but you still want to know what happened, you can find a synopsis show, which Disparu is the one I watched for Doctor Who. and he'll explain what happened in the story, so you don't actually have to watch it. It's not a reaction show where he's watching the full show and then reacting to it as it happens. He's more reviewing it. I don't know. That doesn't sound right either. But I can still get a gist of what's going on, so I can understand why people are annoyed. Now, obviously, when you're watching a review, you're getting that person's opinion about something. But, you still get the synopsis for the story, so I'm going to approve his synopsis and say yes. I enjoyed it. He's fairly sarcastic. It's very enjoyable. I highly recommend. Listening to him rip something apart, very entertaining. Very entertaining. Can it be mean sometimes? Sure. Do I care? No. No, I do not. Not at all. I'm not of that generation. I don't care. It's not a new problem. But I can't wait for him to rip apart the finale. It'll be super enjoyable. But obviously he has to film it, edit it, and then post it. So it's gonna be a while. So I feel like he just posted the edited review of the last episode. So the one that came before this one. So something to look forward to for later when that eventually comes up. For a channel that I never bothered to subscribe on, but I watch every episode. Not every, but most of them. That's right. That's right. Oh well. It just makes me a standard YouTube watcher. Most people are not subscribed to the channels that they watch. Why? Because they're not. Because they're not. Although, I mean, I do it all the time. Look at that. Like, you really need to subscribe to those things. And if you don't want the notifications, you can just turn them off. Do I? No. I don't do that. And yet still, on my own channel, I'll be like and subscribe. Like, I don't do either of those things in the shows I watch. I mean, the only channel I did it all the time on was, did a good job of grifting in such a way. And be like, hey, do you like the stream? I'm like, fine, I'll like the stream. You did a great job of guilting. But since that creator is now dead, there's nobody left to guilt me in. Like, I do actually like things from time to time. It does go into a playlist that you can go in and look at. Why you would go in and look at your liked videos? I don't know. Maybe it's like saving it. I don't know. I don't do it. How I found it, I obviously was looking for something else and I ran across it. And I'm like, oh, that's what this is for. And then I kept right on and going. That's all I learned from that. All I learned. But, yeah. I wish I had a current show that I watched and I'd actually enjoy. I tried to watch Clarkson's Farm because the new season came out. Like, I watched part of season 1, so I went in there today actually. So she was like, "Hey, maybe I'll watch that. That'll be slightly entertaining." Watching Jeremy Clarkson try to farm because it'll be a hot mess. He's always a hot mess. For show wise. I assume it's always for show, for dramatic effect. It is the same style he acts in Top Gear, just doing farming. But I realized I'd only made it up to episode 4 of season 1, and I was like, man, they are on season 4. Like, do I want to catch up to this shit? I watched half an episode, and then I was out. It's not a bad show. As always, if you're not in the mood to watch something, if at some point you're like, now why bother? Like, that, or you'll just get sidetracked and you're not paying attention anyway. So then it's just background noise and you're not even paying attention to it. Like, why bother? Why even have it on the screen if you're not going to pay attention? But that, and you got to be in the mood for it, because sometimes it could just come off super scripted. But Top Gear did that too. Top Gear and Grand Tour. There we go. I knew I was going to remember it eventually. Grand Tour would be the Prime TV version of their show. after they got kicked off of the BBC because they didn't like the way Clarkson acted. And then Prime jumped at the chance to have him on their channel, so they had him on for a couple years. And now they're just too old for that shit, which makes sense because they're putting their lives in danger. I mean, I don't know how much is scripted and how much isn't. You know, how much is real accidents versus fake ones for, you know, clicks and views. But I don't know. I don't know where those two end. But they had a lot of close calls. Stupid decisions. That's just watching boys being boys, is my answer on that one. But, you know, as always, if you're not in the mood to watch that type of show, it's not going to click with you. So why bother? Why bother? Like, I ended up the other day, I was so desperate I watched MasterChef Season 1. I mean, the joy of it is, it's been so long since I've watched it, I don't remember who won or anything like that, but I know I've seen it. I know I have to have seen it. But that show is clearly background noise. You're not really paying attention to it that much. Which hummingbird is this? This way? No. Oh, he's over here. It's just clearly background noise that you put on when you're doing something else. To just have something playing. I mean, it's not like I get inspiration from them, things to cook. I couldn't make any of that crap. I could try, but it's not going to turn out like that, so why bother? Like, that's a waste of time. I do not have those kinds of skills. That is a waste of time, effort, and money. No way, no how. Okie dokie. No, I think we're going to be calling it. This one has blue in it. Should be somewhere. Can't. I don't know. This one? There we go. So where does this one go? Oh, for Pete's sakes. I don't even. Okay, moving on up. What color are we doing next? I think we should do the pink. Although, I had talked about doing the yellow. I think I'm going to do pink. This is a hard decision. Because if I do pink, you know, this is pink too. The correct answer is you're overthinking it. No one cares. I mean, they care, but they don't care that much. It's going to get done one way or the other. Does it matter? No. No, it does not. I still want to buy this one. No. This should be right there. Where does this go? It's like a tip of a wing. Oh, for Pete's sakes. Pete's sakes. Yellow it is. Although I say that and then I realize, oh yeah, these have all the different pieces in it. The outside piece. Where does the outside piece go? It might actually go inside. Or I put something together wrong on the outside. That is entirely also possible. I mean, I would never make such a mistake. I don't know what you're talking about. Also, I make those mistakes all the time. The joy of... The one perk about this one, I don't know if I mentioned it before, is having all those different pieces. It makes it go a little bit faster. Because it narrows down which pieces could possibly be for your section. So it makes it go a little bit faster. But the key with this one right now I'm running into, you gotta know when you've hit the wall and move on to the next section. Don't spend forever, you know, trying to get these few pieces into the puzzle. You know, don't spend forever on it. Just keep on moving on. Because you're just gonna sassafras kill your time. Like, there's no point in dragging it out. Nope, that's backwards. Yeah, I wonder if I should do the butterfly next and then the, oh yeah, see, there's a whole other outside piece. And then do the pink after it, because a lot of the butterfly, you know, obviously the butterfly, the flowers, and whatever, there's a little bit of bleed through where you have, well, there's nothing though, you know, yellow in a bunch of different pieces, orange in a bunch of different pieces. They all kind of get merged together. You don't know what it's for or not. So that way, if I have the butterfly in here, shit. It's ready to go. See, there's another one. How did you miss 3? You missed 3. Well, that's oh no, it goes right there. That's fine. That's fine. It actually does go exactly in the empty spot where those two aren't connected. It goes there. That's actually far better than expected. I don't know. How much thought did we put into things? Like, it's going to go together one way or the other. Does it really matter which way you do it? Honestly, it's because I like to do things top to bottom. So start this way, go down. So I would prefer it to have done the whole row and just wheel down, so that way you can push the puzzle up as you go through. But because of the way this puzzle is, you can't really separate the colors out that way. It's too much of a hot mess. This one goes over here. So we're gonna, as I push the puzzles, all my carefully organized pieces just got shoved back together again. It goes, nah. One job, kids, one job. And I gotta make sure they're not too far down. Where does that go? Oh, it's inside the bird. Usually, when I do jigsaw puzzles, I don't look at the picture. But because I said I can get it done in 5.5 hours, I'm like, I'm going to need to look at the picture. So that way I can cheat. Any which way to win. Any which way to win. However that may work out. I don't care. That's how dedicated I am. Like, not breaking all the rules. Breaking all the rules. But let's see if we can't. The joy of this, because there's so many sections, I can get just one grouping of each. When I separate out my pieces, I like to have it three. So when I'm looking, I say that, and there's these. I'm looking at 3 rows at a time. When I'm actually no, it's 3 columns at a time, not 3 rows at a time. Wrong way. In groups of 3. That way, if I do a group of 3 for each, I don't have to keep moving them over all the time. Which I'm doing this one this way because most of the yellow is on this side. And I'm just going to pop it out. It makes perfect sense to me. It doesn't make sense, but it makes sense to me. Which we're going to see how much of this style. I should make up names for these things so that I can distinguish them better. What each one is. This is, that way I can call the pieces by names. There probably is names. Yet again, never Googled it. Also, I don't think I'd remember even if I did, remember what the name was that I found. I'm bad with names. Okay. Hot mess that is. There's a lot of this one, but I just don't want to bump it over later, so we're doing it this way, and then we will lament the hot mess that this looks like right now. I know it doesn't look good. I don't like it either. But this is the choice I have made, so we're doing this. It's my answer, and we're sticking to it. Usually you don't like to, I know I don't like to put them on top of the puzzle, because it makes it hard to see. Like, you've already gone all the way down to that thing. The distinguishing features of the puzzle pieces, but it should be, because there's not that many of them, I'm hoping that it'll be fine. Literally just put that one in upside down. That is skills, kids. Skills. Haha. Okay. This is this. I'm going to put that on there. And that. How's that? I'll do it like that. And then we'll just start on the side and go. Yay. Man, I somehow bumped it. And now it's all, oh, it's because you picked it up. We will fix that in a little bit, kids. Fix it a little bit. That's not. But I should make it that much easier to fit them all in there. Where's the, oh, I have to go this way. And we'll see if I can go this way. That, and I wonder if some of these will end up being in the, well, I don't have them in this one. Because I think it's too light to be a part of the orange section. The color is. So, or it's just I missed it because it was going too fast. This is also an entirely possible situation. Oh, that, and this one only had a little bit. Oh, look, right here. Ah! Nailed it. Just gonna make sure which way, oh, Pete's sakes, that came out, so we can go back in again. And no. Nothing but pain and suffering here. Stop fighting me. Dastardly fiend. Dastardly fiend. Let's see which way. Let's try it this way instead. Yep. That's how we roll. Sometimes you just gotta go the other way. I feel like this is gonna end up in here somewhere. I still feel like some of these might actually end up in the butterfly section because they are a little bit orange, or not orange, multicolor, which is what I separated them out as. But tis to be expected on your first separation of any puzzle. The first time you do it, you may not get it 100% on the first try. But if it's a super fun puzzle, you'll do it again. The second time you'll be able to you'll organize them better, and then they'll go in better too. But since we did, oh, I feel like that may be wrong. Also run the risk of, I think I might have looked for that piece in the wrong shape, like I was holding it wrong. That also happens. Oh well, I still found it in the end. So, no. That's frustrating. You gotta pay attention and make sure. Yesterday I realized sometimes I'll tap my feet on the floor, and I guess I was tapping my feet enough. It actually vibrated the camera. So I don't know how long I vibrated it for. It shook the whole thing before I realized that it was shaking, and then I had to try to get it to stop, but I couldn't get it to stop. It's a hot mess because every time I bumped it, I would just make it vibrate more. It was amusing. Yesterday was a train wreck in many 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 ways. Um, yes, I mean that's the joy of doing a Lego set, honestly. But I mean, it was fun to put all those different sets together, but it's taking them apart just is a drag. It's the real. I need to figure out what to do when I'm taking them apart to make it more fun and exciting and more engaging, because it's just so tedious. And it was a small set, so it's not like it took more than a couple minutes to take it apart. But you can only watch it being ripped apart so many times before you're just. I mean, you can only rip it apart so many times. I can only imagine what it was like if you were to watch it from a viewer's perspective. No. But it was slightly amusing over the course of time. When you start, how you organize it versus towards the end, you just throw in the pieces on the thing again. You're like, I don't care. It'll be fine. It's not that big. You'll fix it. You'll find the piece when you're looking for it. No harm, no foul. Like, I can't be bothered to organize it all pretty. How I would normally do it if I was doing a normal build. Like, I just don't care enough to do it. And you're just gonna rip it apart in 5 seconds anyway. Like the last one, not the last one, the elephant, I ripped it apart before I held it up so people could see what it looks like. That's how much of a. But that one, it did not go together correctly. I need to, later today, I'll go back on, look at the instructions and see if maybe, usually for any builds, they'll have comments underneath them. So I wonder if the comments will explain to me what I did wrong. It'll say where people had trouble putting it together, and that'll give me some clue of what I did wrong. And if I can figure out what I did wrong, I will, the next time I do a video with those, I will redo that one correctly. Start out with one I've already done, and then move on to the other ones after. But that's, of course, assuming if I can find out. If there is nothing about how to do it correctly, then I probably won't redo it. Because if I can't, unless I see something and figure it out, like there is a key, there's something I did wrong, I just could not figure it out at the time. So, I cut my losses. I kept on moving on. Because, no. You don't want to get stuck too hard. There was already too much dead air. I didn't need any more trying to work it out. Wasn't feeling it. But no. Did such a great job. No, not really. Oh well. I mean, it's not the first mock build I'd ever built, because obviously I did the Treebeard a while ago, like 2 weeks ago, I think. 2 weeks. But it's the one I had the most trouble with. The one that gave me the most fits. Well, that and Treebeard is still up. Which, if you want to see what Treebeard looks like with Ewoks, that is also in that video. Because I don't have any Lord of the Rings actual official sets. I don't have Merry and Pippin, so I don't have them to put them in the tree with Treebeard. So the only tree dwelling creatures I had was the Ewoks, so that's what we'll be using, because I found it super amusing to put the Ewoks in the tree. So, whatever amuses, is what we're going to go with. Oh, sassafras. How do you not have that one? Just. Ta-da. Whittle it down. Ooh, it's been a while on the yellow. Yellow's slowing us down. I say that. I don't know if it's really slowing it down. You just hit that. It's still moving quite well. I just don't know. I don't think I'm going to make it in time allotted. Not that I'm going to stop the stream if I don't finish it. I will be finishing this puzzle. I'll just be disappointed with myself again. But, as always, the person I compete against is myself. So if I lose, I lost against myself. So technically I simultaneously won and lost at the same time. I always win and yet also always lose. Yes. It's a great idea. Although I still find it healthier to compete against yourself than it is to compete against someone else. Because at least then you can strive to just do better than you did the time before. You know? Or if you didn't, figure out why you didn't. See what went wrong. Where did the failure happen? I don't know if failure is the best word for it. Where did it go wrong? Did you take a left when you should have taken a right? Like, what happened? It's just not your day. Sometimes it's just because you're off. We've all been there where one day you do such a great job, you're killing it, and then the next it's just not moving as quickly as it usually does. You're just not killing it. Sassafras. I don't know if I should do this one. Let's see if this is, I don't know if this is going to be, you know what you could have done? You could have just looked at the picture. It's literally directly in front of you. You know what? Just the amount of times you're like, I don't know why you're doing this to yourself, but I'm going to need you to get your shit together. Okay. Stop causing yourself such pain. It's ridiculous. I don't think that has another one. I need to stop leaning so far back in this chair because I already tipped it over once. I mean, I wasn't sitting on it at the time. I stood up and then I tried to catch it and it did not. It did not. Because I'm leaning too far back on it. Or maybe that one Lego that I had underneath it yesterday threw it off balance. That would be quite amusing if, because I don't think the bottom is inflated. If the Lego punctured it and broke my chair. Yeah, I find it very amusing. What I would do if that was the case is I'd just go to my sister's place and steal her chair that's identical to mine. I'm just saying. Just walk in, take it, and turn around and leave. I don't think she'd stop me. I don't think she uses it. But, yeah, that's what sisters are for. Just go steal it. It's fine. I'm borrowing it permanently. I mean, I would assume she'd enjoy to see it go because it'd just be something out of the way because she doesn't use it. Well, look, it's that one. That's exciting. Tadaima. There we go. Why we're having such trouble with these, I don't know. Because it should go together. I assume we're running into the problem because the colors are very similar. Like I must not have organized. I must not have separated them out. You know, there must be bleed through. Oh, look, that goes there. I say that. Mm-hmm. That's why we're having. Or it's just because of the mix of colors. I'm making assumptions that are incorrect. That could also be true. I'm assuming pieces don't go together when they actually do. It's possible. Deep. But we're still whittling it down. Yeah, this is one drawback. I probably should have pushed the pieces over to that side, like they're too close. The yellow was running into the wall of puzzle pieces. Oh well. I mean, I did realize that at some point. I may have even mentioned it, but as always, I've done sealed my fate. We're just gonna make do. I was hoping that I would just whittle that one down to the point where it wasn't such a big deal, but no. No such joy. But I'm throwing it together. It is going together in a semi. Just gotta keep reminding myself it is going together fine. You are not behind. It's okay. Slow and steady wins the race. You're not that far behind. Honestly, I don't know if I'm actually behind at all, but I feel like I looked for this one earlier and I didn't find it. And yet here we are again. Like maybe it'll find it this time. Yay! I did get it. I'm surprised this one's not in here. But it's not. It must be in that one. That's the lie I'm telling myself until it either turns up or is an epic fail. So choose. Choose wisely. I wonder if I should go this way. We'll go this way. The amount of time and effort, if you think about which piece to choose, just choose any of them. Does it matter? I mean, it matters, I'm looking to see if it's one that I can easily, does it have something distinctive on it that I'll easily be able to find it within the pieces that I have? That's what I'm going with. But oh, look, that's why this one's here. Okay. Do we have the yellow piece on that side? I'm going to have to say no. No, we do not. Okay. But still in forward momentum. I keep trying to think of a show to talk about. I can't think about any shows to talk about. I haven't watched anything recently. I haven't watched any of my favorite Asian TV shows. And yeah, that's what I need to do when I'm done with this. I need to look it up and see what the recent Taiwanese shows are. See if there's anything that interests me that I wish to watch. Although, then I'll run into the trouble of having to figure out how to watch it. Taiwanese shows aren't really something that's picked up. Well, no, that's not true. Netflix has it sometimes. I don't have Netflix. It's not the site I used to watch all my stuff on for the things I didn't have. That got killed by Netflix and Disney and whatnot. They smothered it with a pillow. It was quite sad. I'm talking about a website. Don't ding me for that. They smothered it and killed it. Technically they were in a legal gray area. They still got smothered and killed. So, you're back to the drawing board of where you want to go. I don't want to go to, the joy of that site was that it was a streaming site. So you didn't have to download anything. You can just stream it. And they had fairly decent subtitles for most everything. So you could just go on there if you wanted to watch it. And it would be subtitled and ready for your enjoyment within a day of it airing, where it was overseas when it got aired. So, although I imagine I'll just end up rewatching an older show that I liked, if I could find it. Some of the older ones are on YouTube to watch. Would I recommend any of them? No. They're all guilty pleasures. I will not recommend any of them. Find them yourself. Yes, the guilty pleasures, the thing you're like, absolutely not. I mean, I'll enjoy it immensely. I'm not going to tell you about it, though. I mean, obviously, they're on YouTube, so there's not anything wrong with them. But, you know, that doesn't mean I can't hide my shame of some of the things I like. I mean, there's always those things that you like. You're like, I'm not going to recommend that. That is a personal preference. Just, why do you like it? Because I do. It hits that spot, whatever that spot may be. Whatever, if you want something cheesy, whatever. Like, that's what that's for. Although Taiwanese, I don't know if Taiwanese is all that cheesy. Well, they have their own kind of humor. Each culture, each country has its own thing. Each country has its own culture, has its own thing, their own kind of humor, their own style, which I always enjoy. So it gives you a lot of choice. What style? What do you want? If you want something super cheesy and ridiculous, you go to a Thai show, mixing those two together. Totally different things. Now, there's nothing wrong with a cheesy show. If you want to watch a cheesy show, then have that. And them being cheesy, that's just their style. That's how they roll. There's nothing wrong with that either. I have to put those in there because it to my own ear, it sounds like I'm shitting on Thai shows. I'm not. I do enjoy, their stuff too. There's nothing wrong with that. You just have to know what you're going in for. And if you're not in the mood for that, it might be a little bit jarring because every country has their own thing. That's how they roll. It makes it fairly easy to identify their stuff from everybody else's. Besides the language they're speaking, that's also helpful. That'll give you a clue as well. But not everybody watches enough Asian TV or has heard enough of another language to be able to identify it. But the cheese of Thai shows will definitely shine through. And it's its own flavor. I do enjoy, but you have to be in the mood for that. At least I do. If I'm not in the mood for that, it's going to be hard pressed to enjoy it. So just like Thai shows have that, so does Taiwanese shows. They also have their own flavor. They're not as cheesy as Thai, although for some people they might find it to be so. But I like their kind of humor. I like their kind of show. So that, and obviously the difference between Taiwanese shows and Chinese shows, besides the dubbing thing that I talked about earlier, I swear I talked about that earlier, is also the censorship board. So Chinese shows, they have their own censorship board, which I should really look up the name of it so I can do it, whatever. They have a censor board. So every Chinese show that is made, it has to get a stamp of approval. I don't know if it's an actual stamp, but it has to get authorized to air. So you have to give that bureau your TV show or movie, and they have to go through and authorize it all. And they go through line by line everything. If they have a line they don't like, they'll send it back to you. You have to change it, send it back to them, so on and so forth. You got to get approval. You got to go through the whole system to get it to go through and released. Through all of their guidelines, all of their rules, to get it to air. It's insane the amount of stuff they have to go through. Never mind the fact if you are super unlucky and you have an actor that's in your show, no matter what their character is, whether it be a guest appearance or the main character, if they have a scandal, you're SOL, man. I guess in this day and age, if you have the money, if they're not a main character, you can CGI them out now. Before, you used to just have to edit them out, just completely cut them from the show. They can't be in it for it to be released. Because if they have any kind of scandal, if there's any kind of hubbub, with the exception of very little, if there's any kind of hubbub, everything dies. Every single show they've ever been in, every single show and movie they've ever been in, all of them get put in the vault and shelved. Everything that has been released, everything that will release, everything gets burned. I mean, it doesn't literally get burned, but it just gets put on a shelf somewhere in a corner, like you can't release it at all. It's impressive. I can kind of understand if it's something severe, but sometimes you're looking at it like, really? Like, oh crap, I just moved it. It's fine, it's fine. Stop shaking. It'll eventually stop shaking, I'm sorry. If I don't touch it, it'll stop shaking faster than if I touch it and try to get to stop. I've learned this from yesterday. But if it's a minor scandal, like think of all that money they've spent on shows, which for the longest time, not for the longest time, but for a while there, they had crossovers. So they had Korean actors in Chinese shows. And in 2016, they passed a law and they forbid Korean actors from being in Chinese shows, which sounds insane, but it's entirely true. So they banned Korean actors, which means every single show that they had already shot and hadn't been released yet got put on hold and shelved. So if you go into the website I use to log all my shows is my drama list. But on there, if you look at any actor that you like, you watch a show, you get an actor you like one, or if they're in something else that I might want to watch. If you go in there, you'd have a whole bunch of shows that are on to be announced, when they're going to be released. Like there's no release date on them, and they've just been shelved for years. Like, imagine how many of those companies just went bust because you put all that money into production and you can't get that back. Like you're just stuck. Which they did eventually lift that one, at least partially. So then they started releasing all these shows that were, 7, 8 years old. Man, those did not stand the test of time. You're watching this like, what the heck is this? Like, why is this old, crappy TV show being released now? I mean, a problem with Chinese shows is that they have so many of them. They're shot so quickly. Like, you get what you put in, man. Like, you're just trying to churn them out. Usually Chinese shows, when they air on the internet, a lot of them are on the internet, not on TV channel, like on national TV or whatever. They're on the internet. But they'll release an episode a day, if not more. Like, if it's a really shitty show, they'll just dump the whole thing and walk away. But they will, they'll release them an episode a day. They just churn them out. Just churn them out. And you can tell. Oh my gosh. But yeah, it just, when they get banned, it's super, I had a show I really wanted to watch because it had an actor in it that I liked. And the first trailer I watched, I mean, it was standard formulaic slop romance show. I keep it real. I can admit it didn't look like it was Oscar-worthy performance and a great plot, whatever. But it looked like it might be entertaining. It all depends on how bad the storyline is. And in that show, one cameo actor and like one supporting cast member, they had scandals. So the show was shelved for 2 years. So I waited for 2 years for the show to come out. Super excited because it was an actor I liked. I'm like, it'll be great. I only made it 5 episodes into that show before I could not take anymore because the female lead was so stupid and so annoying. I was like, I'm going to need you to go die in a corner. Like, I can't even. Like, you don't deserve anyone. I need you to just go away. Go away now, small child. Like, you do nothing but cause trouble. You are insane. I'm going to need you to leave the boy alone. Like, they're going to end up together, and I just could not stand her at all. I could not stand her at all. She was your standard, every man that meets her loves her, will do anything for her. She's perfection personified. I don't know. She was crazy stalker, honestly. That character, the plot line for the show, the male lead was a firefighter. And when she was in high school, there was an earthquake, and the building she was in, the high school, like she lived in a dorm in the high school. It's a thing. I don't know. But it collapsed. So he was a firefighter, part of the team that came in and saved her. So she was in that building for I don't know how many days, and they went in and saved her. And he had a rescue dog with him that helped save her. And then once she got out, she was so traumatized or whatever, but him and his dog were able to get her out of her funk. And, she vowed to meet him again, which is weird. But I was like, okay, sure. So she feels that they're destined to be together because he saved her life doing his job. Like, that's literally his job. Like, think of all the people that he saved over the course of his life. Because he was like a special, whatever. So as a firefighter, you obviously are going to, in a major city, who knows how many fires you have, how many people you pull out of buildings over the course of, I feel like it was 8 years in between when he saved her and then when they meet again. And when they meet again, this is where the plot goes to shit. I mean, the plot wasn't great to begin with. Where did this come from? Does anybody remember where this came from? No. Shit. Is that really where it came from? Sure, let's go with that. So, where the plot goes to shit. So, she, in this show, is a plucky new reporter. I mean, she's a reporter for who knows what reason. She's obviously, all of her friends are super rich, accomplished men who do great things and will do anything for her, give her anything she wants, whatever. But she's a plucky reporter trying to, new at her job. She's trying to earn her stripes, whatever, earn a name for herself, prove herself, whatever. Insert stupid line here. So she goes to the scene. There was a car accident. A power line is down. So the firefighters and whatnot are keeping everybody out of the scene because obviously, this is dangerous. Somebody goes in there, they're going to have to go in and save them. Everybody needs to stay out so they can get this power line under control, get it turned off at the power station, get it cleaned up, whatever. So they have it all cordoned off, but then a reporter from her station or wherever she works, I don't know if she works for a newspaper, whatever, but one of her coworkers goes out there, to film in the place they're not supposed to be in. They get them back and out of the way, but she leaves her camera there. So then the female lead decides she needs to go to where she's not supposed to because they've cordoned it off because it's not safe to get this camera. So she risked her life for this camera. So then he has to risk his life to save her because she went into where she's not supposed to be. He's got to go in and save her. So he goes in and save her. It's all cheesy ridiculousness. But she's all like, it's fate. We're meant to be together. He's destined to be the man for me. So now I need to stalk him until he develops feelings for me. Because no matter how many times he tells her no, she never takes no for an answer. She just keeps stalking him. She does not care. She does not take no for an answer. If that was a man doing that in a TV show, this would not be acceptable. It would be creepy. But because it's a woman and she's the female lead, it's perfectly okay for her to stalk this man. And cook up scenarios where she can be in the same room for him. Make him spend time with her until he grows to like her. And of course, obviously she does. I don't know why he does. She's an idiot. I don't know why he likes her. She keeps doing stupid shit. She keeps putting herself in scenarios she shouldn't be in. For no reason. Like, eventually she's at the scene of a fire because she's stalking him. in the guise of her job, I think, at that point. But she, at the scene of a fire, he gets trapped in a room or something, and then she puts on somebody else's fire gear. Like, how did she get somebody else and goes in to save him? And he ends up having to protect her because she's in danger. Like, you're looking at this, I'm like, what are you doing? Like, you can't just, you have no training whatsoever. You just went into this building because you're plucky and whatever. Like, this is just ridiculous. Just ridiculous. And you're going to wear him down and he's eventually going to get together with you? Like, no. That, and they had a scene, I think that it was before that, the straw that almost broke the camel's back. So, when she's stalking him, he goes out to a girl that wants to kill herself, I think. She wants to commit suicide. So he's on the scene and he talks her down, convinces her not to end her life, does his job, gets done, and this girl that he just saved shows up at the fire station and professes her love to him, or whatever. She's infatuated with him, he saved her life, whatever. So this female lead walks up to her and she's like, it's just because he saved you, you don't actually love him. He's just doing his job. I'm like, can you not just say that to yourself? Why is this for her, but not for you? Like, I did not like her. I did not finish the show. I could not take it. I was really mad. I waited so long for that show, and it was crap. Complete crap. I should not have been surprised. I mean, surprised was not the answer. Disappointed was the answer. I wasn't surprised. That is a standard show. One of the main problems with Chinese shows is that they have little to no plot. A Chinese show, especially romance, because that's the general genre I like. Now, when I say I like romance, technically romance is part of any genre. So you could have a mystery romance, you could have whatever. Like, it doesn't have to be the main plot point of the story. It doesn't have to be the main plot point. So, crap, it's just, I've now lost my train of thought. This is ridiculous. What was I talking about? No one knows. No one knows. Crap, what was I talking about? It's going to drive me nuts. Nuts, I tell you, nuts. Am I done with Yellow yet? No. Am I going to be here forever? Yes. I mean, well, it's not too bad. It's 2 hours and 13 minutes in. So disappointed. Oh, yes, that's right. Okay, I got it. So, I remember what I was talking about before I got distracted. I get distracted easily, okay? Super, super easily. Off topic, in 3 seconds flat. Do I remember where I came from? No. Okay, so, Chinese TV shows. The plots in TV shows, it's kind of like they took a Harlequin romance novel, which I like romance. I've definitely read Harlequin novels. The perk of Harlequin novels is that they're super short. So if you don't have time, inclination, or desire to read a full-length novel, you read a Harlequin novel. You know exactly what you're going to get out of it. It's fine. If that's what you want out of it, that's what you want out of it. It's fine. Now, Harlequin novels are not deep when it comes to plot, character development, whatnot. Generally, no. That's not to say it's impossible. It's just super rare. So when you're reading a Harlequin novel, you know what you're going to get. It's not going to be very deep. It's going to take you maybe 2 hours to read it. It's very short. Very short. That's short. That's what you're going for. That's what you came for. That's what you wanted. Fine. It's not super deep. The characters aren't going to be super developed. They're not going to really be... It's not going to be a deep plot. That's what you came for. Fine. Imagine taking that Harlequin novel plot and then making it into a TV show that's 40 episodes long. As you can imagine, that super shallow plot isn't going to make a 40 episode show, which means you're going to have to stretch that thing out way, way too far. Now, just like a Harlequin novel, sometimes you'll actually have a decent story. Like, it actually will be, for what it is, even though it was short, they packed a great deal of story into that small, tiny book. That's fine and dandy. Same thing for the shows. Every once in a while, you're going to have a good show with a decent plot, character development, whatnot. But a lot of times, it's just going to be slop. super, super long, super, super boring slog. Which is why I would say, if everybody's going to try one, I wouldn't recommend a modern TV show unless it's a procedural type show. If it's a solving crimes, whatnot, that type of thing, you might be fine, because obviously they're going to be solving different crimes. That'll stretch the plot out a little bit. But if it's straight romance, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. It's too much. Generally they'll do the, they broke up, got back together again, broke up, got back together again, broke up, got back together thing. It's gonna drive you up the wall. Up the wall. I don't know if I've ever rated, like the one show I waited forever for that I hated because I hated the female lead. That one, the actor who was in that one's actually in one of my highest rated Chinese shows, Chinese romance shows. It was because it wasn't actually, they did a good job. You had an ensemble cast. It wasn't the best thing ever, no, but it was so much compared to what you usually get. I enjoyed it. That, and it had one of the best meet cutes in it. They really knocked it out at the beginning. And I'm always fairly forgiving. If you have that thing that you enjoyed, if you hit it, if you hit certain notes, I'll be more forgiving for your failures if you hit certain notes in the show. If you accomplish certain things, and that one accomplished enough that it earned enough grace that it covered up the faults of the show itself. So I'll give it a whole bunch of leeway. That one, the amount of times I've watched that meet cute, it's fairly amusing. I enjoyed it immensely. It was a good starting point to the show. They done good. They done good. But obviously that doesn't translate to all of his other shows. But just, man, Chinese show. Like I've tried it a bunch of times. That doesn't help. Also, Chinese shows very much try to push their specific ideologies. So you have a lot of female characters that are doormats or doing stupid shit that I don't like. That doesn't help when I watch the shows. Like you might watch it and like it. That's fine. But for me, that's a no for me. That's gonna hold me back from enjoying it. It's gonna cause me problems. Accepting the characters, caring about them, things like that. Everybody has their things they can stand, things they can't, and that's just one of mine. But yeah, I don't know how many Chinese shows I've watched. Man, there was this one. So there's a couple shows with one actor in them, one actress, not one actor, but they'll have like the full 40 episode version, and then they'll have the cut down version. Like they cut one of their 40 episode shows down to like 10 episodes, and it was still too long. It was still too long and annoying. Like I don't know why they did the cut down version. Although they do have, so on YouTube, if you search through things, you'll find they'll take some Chinese shows and they will edit them down into a movie. And then you can tell it's cut weird, because you're just picking and choosing your random scenes. The problem with those, I've watched a little of, I watched all the way through one of them. But it was for a show I had actually seen, so I was trying to see what they did. But it makes it super weird, because obviously it's not professionally edited. It's just edited by a person on YouTube. Not to say that's bad. Not to say they can't do a good job. But, you can tell you're missing stuff. And with that one, they were missing scenes I liked from the show. You're like, hey, you could have put all the nice scenes in there. Could you not put the great parts that people actually liked? No? I mean, I guess technically they could have not liked the scenes that I liked. That's entirely possible. But it's quite interesting. They'll take that full-length 40-episode show and then just cut it down to like a 2-3 hour movie and then call it. Like that is your whole entire plot from your show, pretty much. Like, sure, they may not have had every scene I liked, But the fact that you would be able to take that much stuff and condense it down that tiny, and then it'd be like, yeah, we didn't really lose any plot points per se. Like, you still understood what was going on because it's so stretched out. You're like, yeah, there's not really a lot there. I mean, I can't really blame them. But that and, some of those shows, even though I didn't like them, they actually did fairly well. They were well received, got good ratings. So it's not like they didn't do well in China and sometimes the world. It just depends on the show. But man, whoa, like Chinese shows, you're watching those. Wuxia is I probably didn't say that correctly. It's the, I gotta see how this goes in there. Wuxia is the fantasy shows. That's what you watch Chinese shows for. Is that what this? I feel like this is it. He sits here. Here. He doesn't sit there? No, but he must be up one. Fantasy reincarnation shows. The problem with those, I'm not a huge fan of reincarnation shows, purely because I realize that's a whole entire belief system. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I just have the problem with you have to wait. So this life is going to be a dumpster fire, and you're going to have to hope the next life's going to be good. Like, can we not just have this life be good? Am I not greedy that way? I'm like, man, what the hell? But that one, the reincarnation thing, yes, it's a part of their ideological beliefs. Okay, fine. But also, it helps spread the story out. Because you have to live through all those different lives. So you have all that story of their different lives. But the problem with that is you know that this life isn't going to be the life that they're actually going to get together or whatever. Like, this is a means to an end. It's not actually the end. You're just... This is the life you have to live through to get to the one that actually matters. This one doesn't mean anything. A lot of times in those fantasy worlds, they have the multiple lives because you have the God realm and the mortal realm. And in the God realm, to learn something, to level up, to get stronger, more powerful, to learn a lesson, whatnot, you go down to the mortal realm and you live a mortal life. And then you live, you get born and live your mortal life. And then when you die, you come back to the God realm, but you don't remember your mortal life. So it really doesn't, I mean, it's your character leveling up, per se. That's my best way of explaining that. They level up by going through that trial in the mortal realm. But it's just, because you know they're going to level up and come back, it does oftentimes end up being filler. Like, they had one show that I didn't watch where they had leveled up numerous times. Like, you're just filling shit in. Like, you did not have enough plot for this thing, so you're just gonna, like, all the times they didn't get together. I'm like, well, no shit, they didn't get together. You're gonna wait till the last life they lead. I mean, seriously, but because the shows are oftentimes formulaic, the only one, I need to stop saying it's driving me nuts. It's driving me nuts. I don't know how anybody's doing it, and that's listening to me say it over and over again. I'm sorry. The first one I watched, which would be the sequel to Eternal Love. I want to call it Pillow Book. That's not it. I mean, no, whatever. I think that Pillow Book is the book that the sequel is based on. Obviously, the sequel is not as popular as the second one, but I like the second one better. I like the characters and that were introduced in the first one and came back in the second one and got together in the second one. I like them better. As always, if you care about the characters, it's going to make the story better. I'm just saying. It's not really surprising, revolutionary thought process, but that's how that works. I didn't care as much about the other characters. It was entertaining, mind you, but I didn't care as much. That one. That was my first one. First or second one. Because I would assume that I would have watched the first show and then gone on to the second one. I would assume so. Like, why wouldn't you? Like, that would make sense, right? Oh. Anyways, I say that I'm like, man, I don't know. Like, I would assume so. What? Why wouldn't you? That makes no sense. But I watched that one and I enjoyed it. But the problem is, after that, when you watch that fantasy God realm world, they do end up having the same story and over again. So it's all about whether or not the actors can pull it off and whether or not the story is enough. I don't know. That they can. I don't mind it being, predictable to a certain extent. That's not. I mean, obviously, if romance is my favorite genre, there's a element of predictability in those stories to begin with, but there has to be something else too. Whether there has to be chemistry, there has to be enough of a story, even if it is fairly predictable, that'll keep me in till the end. The problem with Chinese shows is that a lot of times they'll cast actors because they're famous, not because they can act. It's about how pretty they are, not how good they are at acting, which, as you can imagine, there's a flaw right there. If they can't act, like, I've heard stories, seen things of actors who don't even bother to learn their lines. They just show up and they say things. They just say whatever, and then because they know it's going to get dubbed anyways, and they don't even say their lines. Which for Chinese shows, stop saying that. For Chinese shows, when you dub, you lose some of the emotion. When you're watching Korean shows or Taiwanese shows or even Thai shows, you're hearing it in their own language, and there's an element of emotion that comes through in their voice, in their acting, that goes hand in hand together that somehow is lost in dubbing. Because yes, when they're dubbing, they put emotion in their voice, but it's just not. It's not the same. Whether it's because I know that it's not their real voice, or sometimes it'll just be because you can see that it's not quite synced together. Also, it's partially because they have the famous voice actors that do the voices all the time. If you get really unfortunate, you'll watch 2 shows in a row and the same voice actor will have done the male or female lead. It's usually the same voice again. You're like, man, I just heard this voice for a completely different character. That is not the same actress. I'm gonna have to give this one a pass. It'll take me out. It'll take me out. You're already struggling as it is. But But if you're gonna watch fantasy, usually Chinese shows are the ones that are gonna do the fantasy gods and mythological creatures and whatnot. That's generally where that's going to end up. So if that's what you're looking for, that's where you go. For modern shows, you probably end up going to Korea for those. For anywhere except for China. That's the correct way to put it. It's because you can get modern shows from Taiwan, Japan. If you want the healthiest relationship, if you want to see an actual example of maybe a relationship you would actually want to have, then you need to go to Japan for that. And then Japan has marvelous things like communication. I mean, geez, why talk to your partner? Pshaw. Why would you do such a thing? If you want an actual healthy relationship, which is ironic because in Japan, like in Korea or in China, when you have a romance, they probably won't even kiss until the very end of the show. It depends on how old the characters are. Because if the characters are older or the show is older, then you might actually get together a little bit earlier. But usually they will have nothing, like no, like a hug is as far as you're gonna go. Like I don't need a full on sex scene, but it gets a little bit weird. They've been together the whole entire series, and you're like, and this is nothing. They never. No, it's just odd. It's just odd. It's slightly amusing. I'm trying not to laugh talking about it, but yeah, it's very chaste. Versus in a Japanese show, man, like the first, they're like, and we're going in. Like they're gonna have sex on the first episode, and we're in. Like they went straight to relationship. They didn't do that back and forth. What are we doing here? They're like all in. Let's go. All into the nitty gritty of what are we doing, figuring it out. It's more. That's not all shows, but it is such a culture shock to go. It's not just a shock to the system to go from watching one of those chase shows, but they don't touch or do anything at all until the very end, to turn around to the next one and be like, and sex in the first scene. Like before you're out of the first episode, we're in. Like the relationship is already done, started. Like we're not doing that whole will they, won't they thing. We're not, nah. We're in it. Already in the craziness. No lead up. No muss, no fuss. Partially, it's because Japanese shows are generally shorter. So a lot of times they're 30-minute episodes instead of an hour. And they're only like 8, 10 episodes versus 12 or 16 for Korean, or in China, it's going to be 40 episodes long. You don't have all that time to waste. You don't have all that time that you need to fill in. You need to go. It's time to go. Like we're going into this relationship. However much you want to get through, we're not playing. We're going. It's time to go. It's kind of a weird thing. But if you want an actual realistic adult relationship, you need to go to a Japanese show. You might get it in a Korean show sometimes, but usually it's all about the angst and the drama and the nonsense, the childishness, the whatnot. It's not very adult, honestly. And it's just not a healthy relationship. A lot of times, for dramatic effect, the relationship's starting on a lie, based on a lie, or telling a lie, and they're not telling them the truth for a great deal of the show. You're going to be dealing with the lie, trying to figure out how to get out of that, digging yourself deeper. It's just time and place, fine, but the amount of time spent on that, and then usually when the lie gets found out, they don't really spend the time, usually in Korean TV shows, they don't have the correct response to it. They don't give the person that was wronged enough time. They don't let them sit in that, be angry about it, usually for any amount of time. The way it's resolved doesn't entirely make sense to me. It doesn't seem like a realistic resolution. Now, that's not to say that never happens. So in Coffee Prince, which is a classic show, it's a big one. That's a big one. If you're of my generation, your gateway Korean show is either going to be Boys Over Flowers or it's going to be Coffee Prince. Those are your two. Those are the big ones of that time and place. Boys Over Flowers did not stand the test of time. I don't recommend watching it now. I mean, I guess if you want fluff, Boys Over Flowers is based on a Japanese manga that was made into a Japanese TV show, that then was made into a Korean TV show, that then was made into, it's been made into Chinese twice, Thai a couple years ago. The Thai one was actually fairly good. The amount of versions of that show that I've watched, why would you watch another version if you've already seen one? Curiosity. I want to see how they play it. I want to see how it works out. But that one's a big one, or Coffee Prince is a big one. But Coffee Prince, they have a big, in that one, it's a standard plot that's often seen in Asian TV shows. I would assume it's probably been done in the U.S. too. Although right now, I don't know how well it would go over because of identity politics. But in the show, the female lead is mistaken for a boy. She doesn't deliberately say that she's a boy, but the male lead thinks she is one. And for a job, because she's trying to make money to pay her bills, like she's just trying to live. She doesn't tell him the truth. She doesn't tell him that he's wrong and that she's actually a girl. She doesn't tell him that because she needs the money. She really legitimately needs the money. So number one, you have an actual reason why that you understand. She's an established character. It makes sense. So of course, because it's the genre that it is, they, fall in love with each other. He's very conflicted because he thinks he's falling in love with the guy and he's straight. Like, it's in Korea, they're not as accepting and they're very traditional. Being gay is not a truly accepted thing. I don't know if it's more accepted. I assume it's more accepted now than it was then. But back then it was very taboo. But also, you're in that quandary of like, I've never felt this way about a guy before. I don't understand what's going on. It's not accepted by anyone. Not accepted by his family. He had a lot of trouble with that. He went through eventually, he throws caution to the wind. It's like, hey, I love her. I love this boy anyways. I'm going to go for it, even though, I don't know how this is possible or a thing, only to find out that this person that he's had so much emotional turmoil over is actually a girl. And he feels betrayed. And he finds out everybody he knew that she was a girl for a while. I mean, they all found out at different times. Some of them knew from the beginning. But the people that knew from the beginning weren't his friends. So, weren't his friends at the time. So it's not, well, no, that's not true. The person he's known his whole life knew from the beginning and didn't tell him. So that's wrong. I'm wrong on that one. He's very hurt. He gets really mad about it. He gets mad at everybody. And he goes through his emotions about it. Like, he's really pissed. He has to work through that. But they actually spend the time on it. And they show a realistic representation of what that would be if you found out that you'd been lied to and that everybody was in on it and nobody told you. Like, it's a big to-do. Like, the person that ended up telling him before she could tell him was the last one to find out. Everybody else knew before him, didn't say anything, just left it. And here you are, you feel like an idiot because you didn't know. Like, it did a good job of showing that. And also, that show came out in the early 2000s, I'm going to say. And it still stands up to this day. Like, it works. Like, sure, the technology is different, but it's one of those shows that it's still the acting and everything holds up. It still stands. It's a fairly good one. The only trouble with that one, watching it now, is that the second male lead, with Korean shows especially, but usually in Asia in general, you have two love interests for the female lead and two love interests for the male lead. There's the first male lead and there's second. Second's the one that she's never going to go with. But you still have the back and forth, will they, won't they? And like, they're obviously not, but we're just going to keep lying to ourselves and say they might. Like, they're obviously not going to get together, never mind. The second male lead in that show, self-deleted, I'm going to say 3 years ago. He actually became fairly famous. And he was in Parasite, the Korean movie that won like Oscars and stuff. So he was one of the leads in that movie. And he had also had a prolific career. Like, he was very well known. He was the lead of many series after Coffee Prince. He did his thing, whatever. But eventually there was a scandal where he got arrested, and I assume they charged him, or they were investigating him on the suspicion that he had done drugs, which drugs in Korea are a big no. And they, the media ripped him apart because cancel culture is a big thing in Asia. And they ripped him apart, and he went in and got interrogated for, I think, 18 hours straight. And then he was convinced that the only thing that he could do to make things better was to end it. So he ended it, leaving behind 2 kids and wife and all that stuff. And then after the fact, they found out that what the police didn't tell them is that the people that had accused him, they did it to get themselves out of trouble. They had been blackmailing him the whole time. He said that the only way it was possible for him to have done drugs was if they gave it to him without his knowledge. Like they, drugged him. That's the only way it would be true. And here they'd done it all on purpose to get money out of him. And then when they got in trouble with the law, they rolled and threw him under the bus to save themselves. And the police were supposed to be tough on crime. So he was the person they were sacrificing on the altar to show that they were actually getting stuff done like they were supposed to. Like it was all after the fact, after he was already dead, then they charged all the people for blackmail and whatnot. Like it was a hot mess. That and the other person who was a singer, not an actor, who'd been caught up in that nonsense, he was able to prove that it was all bullshit. Like they didn't have any evidence whatsoever. All of his drug tests came back negative, although all the actors' drug tests came back negative too. They did the hair follicle tests on him. They all came back negative, and yet they just kept testing him for drugs, even though he kept testing negative, trying to show that he did actually do when he did. And it's a hot mess because they're allowed to interrogate him until he breaks. It was a sad one, but it takes away from the show. Sometimes you can divorce yourself from those things, and sometimes you can't. Like Boys Over Flowers. Never mind the fact the show is super cheesy and doesn't stand up to the test of time, but also the female lead in that show ended up being a soul-sucking harpy. So, just so terrible of a human being. The husband literally gave her every dime he had to escape from her and went into debt just to get away from her. Like, I'll do anything to escape you. I will, give you every dollar I have, cut my arm off, and run away from you because you're so crazy and you want to destroy my life. Like, she was insane. Like, you look at that and I'm like, absolutely not. Not that she gains any money off that. It's just also a super cheesy show. I feel like I tried to watch it before all that. Before I found out how crazy she was. But I couldn't finish it then either, so I'm definitely not going to be able to finish it now. Usually I'm able to. It just depends on what the person does. I don't generally care. I'm not super cancel culture person, Like I don't. It depends on what the person does. But I generally don't care that much. Why should all the other people that worked on that project suffer because that one person's an ass? It depends on what they did. It doesn't take away from it that much. But that and how much of it is them just showing that they're a human being. Like, did you put that person on a pedestal and expect them to not be human? Or, what is the... Yeah, I went through my kick to watch a great deal of Chinese, a lot of Asian TV shows. So I feel like I have my master's in Asian TV. I've watched enough of it. We're like, well, these are the beats we're going to go through. But unfortunately, it got to the point where there was nothing left I wanted to watch. I used to have a Viki subscription where I would watch a lot of my shows, but I let it lapse because there wasn't anything left to watch that I needed to spend money to get, even with my favorite website being gone. I may go back to Viki eventually, but right now, no, not so much. It's a bust, but, Even with all the formulaic shows I like to watch, they still couldn't find anything. My bar was low, and yet I still couldn't make it happen. I don't know. Man. Oh, at least the butterfly looks pretty. This one? That's pretty. I like it. I like it a lot. I just don't know if I should lay down another section. I'm having a little bit of trouble with this one. It's muddy. Muddy is the correct word we're going with on that one. It's just not very. It's not going in very well. I don't know if I should lay down another section or keep trying for a little while. I don't know. But, not trying to be. I don't know. Making a great deal of noise. Ha! Skills. It's shocking for everyone. Well, there's some well. Don't mind me. Just eating. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, jeez. This way. This way. Around that way. Killing it. Killing it. No. Hear them all. Maybe I should stop and move to the next section, and then you find a chunk. Like, how far will it go? Any piece I can get in on this row is one less in the way for the next one. So, see if we can't whittle this down a little bit. At least we finally ran into the dark section that I had separated out and I couldn't figure out what it was. Could I have just looked at the picture that's literally right there? Sure I could have. Did I? No, I did not. Why? Because it didn't occur to me until I talked about it. And then I'm like, hey, did you not forget? Remember that's right there in front of your flippin' face? No? Nothing? Great. Moment of pride, kids. Moment of pride. Well, I don't know where this one's at. Still pretty decent, though. Happy with it. Very happy with him. Any piece in is one last piece that you have to deal with later. Oh, I wonder if that's up there. That might actually be true. Oh, look, I don't remember where I got this one from. Do not forget where you currently are. It's great to look ahead, but also remember where you are. Do not get distracted. I mean, I get distracted all the time. I just wandered through a discussion about Asian TV. How much it makes sense, I'll never know. I'm going to keep it real. I will not be listening back on this conversation. If it's a hot mess, you can just leave a comment below and say, hey, that made no sense. Please stop doing that. That's great. That's fine. I'll take that. But I don't like listening to my own voice. So I'd rather not embarrass myself by listening to it. I'm just going to keep it real. Nobody wants a playback of the things they've already said. But hopefully it made a little bit of sense. A wee bit. A tiny wee bit. Just a smidge. Ah. Nailed it. Well, it's like, hey, is it that piece? That piece right there? Is that what we're missing? Because that would be nice. Wait, why do I not have that one? Sad surprise interpretation. How did I not have that one? What did I put it in? What could I have possibly put that in? That's not. Oh, don't get distracted. Don't get distracted. Sure, you made a terrible mistake. It's fine. You'll run across that piece in a little while. Moving on. Walk it off. Still not. Uh-oh. We are done running into ourselves all over the place. Did we not have this conversation last time? Like, hey, maybe I should have been a little bit farther over to the side since we're doing this side. And I'm like, nah, it's not a big deal. We'll figure it out. And now here I am doing the same flipping thing again. Can we not just... Skills, kids. Skills. Yet again, at least I'm consistently bad. Consistently bad at it. Just... That's the small things in life. How in the name of the Carlin's motto? What is this nonsense? What is this? What have you done? What have you done? Is it this way? That's right, kids. That's right. Here you were looking for it everywhere. You literally just set it down. You just put it there not that long ago. Sitting right in front of your face. Did you put it in? No. No, I did not. Why would I do such a thing? That's foolish talk. Foolish. Foolish. Okay. Let's see if we can't bump this over a little bit. Okay. This one's here. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Okay. How does that make it look? A little bit better? Not really, no. But that's fine. That's fine. Just trying to make it a little bit more organized. And then we will whittle it down. Whittle it down a little bit more. Where's this one? It's over here. It's exciting stuff. But still, I was able to get a good chunk of it in. Nope. Get off. But it should exist somewhere. I was going to say, it's got to be in here somewhere. It has to be in that. I don't know what these. I'm just surprised this one's not in here somewhere. Now are we stuck? I mean, I did a good chunk of it. Next, then maybe I can get in that thing. Last bummer. Huzzah. Well, you think this would be in here? Nope. There's that one. This one. I feel like I just checked this one. Deja vu. Take 45. It's a little bit like I'm gonna do the next one. Unless I have something here. Nope. Just do the next one. Okay. Let's do this. How are we gonna set it up so it's not a hot mess? Well, the answer to that is you're not. You're not gonna do that. It's just gonna be a hot mess. But this is our biggest section. And then after this, although, should I do this one first? Should I do orange and then do... I wonder if I should do orange and then do pink. To maybe get rid of some of... Nah, fuck it. I'm gonna do it this way. that's not the right way. I gotta put these here. I don't know how we're gonna play this. Still thinking about it. Still thinking about it. I mean, I'm not just gonna set it out. I just don't know how I'm gonna set it on the board. I gotta give myself a little bit of time to think about it while I organize my pieces. Although I may just try to do the pink that's on the side, and then something through. We will see. We will see. The reason I'm setting these up after I said do not do it this way is because it's the ones on the edge. Like it literally is this side. So it's not, I'm trying to see how much I can get here. On the board. It's not my happiest moment, but this is what we're doing right now. This is the decision I made while throwing it together. And I just bumped the board again. I'm sorry. I bumped it. It's gonna shake for a little bit. Shake, shake, shake. Because I bumped it. I bump it all the time. The amount of times I always have a bruise on my knee from hitting the table all the time, shifting around. That's my standard way of being. I bruise easily. It's not really that hard to do, but it is ridiculous that I do it all the time. I just don't remember myself bumping this as much on the other videos. Either A, didn't notice, or B, just didn't do it. Either way, I don't know. Okay. Okay. Which I dare say a lot of these pieces that I'm missing, as I just hooked my foot on the thing and I probably bumped it. A lot of these pieces that are missing, I bet you they're going to be in the orange section and not the pink section because they're not pink. So, yay! Oh, so Littles of fun had by all. Littles. There's those. Okay. These monstrosities. But we're still onwards and upwards. I don't know if I should. This one's going to be the biggest hot mess ever. I say that. I'm like, it's going to be bad because I got so many pieces in this one. This is the biggest section, so once this is done, that'll whittle it down to a more manageable number. More manageable. It won't be such a hot mess. But that and this side has a bunch of pink on it as I throw pieces everywhere. So I'll be able to whittle it down that way. I don't know, maybe I should have done the big pink pieces and then the butterfly one. That's fine. Tis what it is, kids. As always, you make your decision, then you lament it. You lament making it for the rest of the puzzle. That's how we play. That's how this works. But yet again, it'll be, once I get this flower done, this big one, and then some of these done, it'll be, we'll have whittled down the pieces. It'll be fine. As I maximize my arm reach, man, that was hard going indeed. There's this one. Will I get it done in 5.5 hours? Well, kids, it's gonna be tough going. From here on in, it'll be tough going. Do I think so? Yes. I still think I can get it done. I have 2 hours and 15 minutes to roll it out. It's 2 hours and 18. To do it, it's not fun, mind you, but it's possible. Problem I'm having, my arm reach isn't that long, okay? I'm gonna set some down here. As we just whittle it down. Whittle it down. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's gonna be a hot mess. Hot mess. That, and I'm gonna run into the problem that I'm gonna keep leaning into the thing. Ridiculous. Ridiculous, isn't it? I wish my arms were longer. I wasn't so fucking short. I mean, yay! Okay. In theory, had I really been gung ho, I would have separated out all the pink pieces. Hindsight's 2020, as always. That's fine. That's fine. Tis what it is, kids. Tis what it is. But clearly, it's moving along quite nicely. So It's not the end of the world, but I did it horribly wrong. It's not horribly wrong, it's just poorly. It was a bad idea. It was a bad idea. I should have separated it out, but there we go. How did you miss that one last time, smarty? Does that not fit? Nope. Nope, it does not. Nice try, kids. Nice try. I want that one. That one's better. You're wondering, how do you choose which section to choose from? Well, even though I know whichever section I choose will definitely be the wrong one, I still always wobble around. One of the mistaken impression that if you find a certain style of piece in one thing, the next one over is not going to be exactly like it. And it's usually actually probably true, but crap. So it must be this one. What is that? Weird. Problem for a later date. I always make the assumption, this is the next piece that'll be on there. It's never right. Sometimes you'll have the same cut of piece, multiple in a row. It just depends. I mean, there are those puzzles, though, that have the specific pattern that they go in. Those do actually exist. So be mindful. If you see some sort of pattern, that'll give you some clue of what the next puzzle piece is. Pay attention to that. That'll help you out, make it go faster. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But usually by default, I just automatically assume they'll be mixed a little bit. So since this piece is the two-prong one like this one, then the next piece shouldn't be that. I say that, and the next piece is going to be that. Can we just... I have a certain skill set, okay? But it's not always the case. It's just my... There we go. See, not the same one. It's just my assumption. One should just start from one side and go to the other, but I keep changing it up for no reason whatsoever. Whimsy. Whimsy is my answer. Personal preference, whatever. Why is this giving me so much trouble? Could it be because you're extending your arm farther than it could possibly go? Maybe. Maybe it is. I mean, logic schmogic. Oh, I feel like that's that one. It is. It is that one. It's exciting. Here we go. There we go. Got it. Well, if we can get it down to one row, that'd be helpful. Persnickety that way. Oh, it's this way. The reason why I set the pieces out like this is I would hope it go together as fast as it currently is, and then you could just whittle it down. That way I wouldn't have to keep shifting the pieces over. Because as we all know, I like to have them in specific order, and I didn't want to have to constantly keep shifting them. So we make this mess, and now that I said that, I can't find any more pieces, but that's the small things. That is my plan. Oh, look, there's a piece that I didn't put on the thing. It's fine, it's fine. What's this one? Still doing fairly decent as we whittle it down. I can always tell when I go into zoom mode. Stop talking. Zoom. I guess if I can think of something to talk about. Not really. I just hope that I'll be able to get some of these. I just don't play with those. You want to keep doing these, get these done, and then you can go back for those. Don't play with it. Stop it. Stop. No. So I'm like, look, I can get these done. Like, no, do this. Finish what you started, and then you can move on to the next section. Finish what you started. Finish what you started. Do the easy ones first. Get all the easy ones in, and that way when you start on the harder ones, there's not as many pieces that you have to go through to put them in. For the love of Pete, why is this such a pain in my ass? Why is this not? It should exist. It should definitely exist. This one. Here we go. See? Told you it existed. It's just for whatever reason was giving me something, giving me fits. Nah, I don't want to go in there. I don't care if you don't want to go in there. Oh, look, those two went together and they're the same piece like me. Just. Oh, there's 4 there. Okay. That one's a fun one. Man, here's another drawback of popping the pieces that far out, is my arm is getting tired holding up the pieces. Literally just having my arms sit out that far for that long. I'm like, nah, you are too out of shape for this shit. You need to do more arm or something, because no. Nah. I don't want to, you know. Patience, virtue. This piece must exist. It must be in this group. It can't possibly be in a different one. It must be here. Well, shit. Yeah. Got that piece into its own dedicated row, and now we can just whittle it down. It's exciting. It's exciting. Now, if I can just get the one I have the most of down to one row, that'd be great. Because that's just all over the place. It's just. I wonder if this is going to be under purple or is it going to be under pink? I'm about to find out. Nope, it's going to be under purple. Unless there's some pink mixed in somewhere. It's under purple. Okay. Oodles are fun. Oodles. How about this one? This one. Yay. Weird. Now we don't have that one. It's got to be here somewhere. It's pink for Pete's sakes. Unless it fell onto one of the other ones. Oh. It's going weird. 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 That one. Uh-oh. That's not good. Well, I need to figure out what the other big pink one is, because clearly I have a bunch of pink pieces and I don't have. I don't know where they go. Oh, shit. Shit. Well, we might have to start filling in our blanks. Well, a lot of it. And then do we have this one? No, I don't think so. I find it weird if we did, because it looks orangish to me, and then clearly we don't have orange right now. Dun. Down here, because I can't reach that far anymore. I'm not dedicated. I'm busting this out. Great, googly moogly. It's getting into the weird stuff. The weird stuff. I don't know if this is. Hopefully we'll run across some of it. I mean, I'm not right now, but crap. Wow, What's not in this one should be in the next one, just because of what it is. But I say that, and who knows how it can turn out. There should be this one. It should not be rocket science. Should not be. Yeah, it's still. What the hell is mono? Son, I'm getting stuck. These should, this is what it's fine, go together right well. I keep wanting to put it in the same spot. I guess at least I'm consistent. And just keep shoving it in the same spot. It'll go here. No, it does not go here. It still does not go there. Still doesn't go there. Stop trying to put it in the same spot and act like it's going to magically fit. That's not how this works. Okay. This is in here, right here. I have to set this up here because it's in my way. Set it up and out so it's not going to keep running into the thing because it goes over here. And since I clearly can't set it there right now, because it's not connected to anything. Number one. Number two, it's just there's crap in the way. That'll sit right there. That way I can continue to put pieces on it and not have to worry about running into it. And then hopefully we can get, I say that, it's got stuck again. We can get a chunk of this into the thing, and that'll whittle down the number of pieces I have. I say that, I'm stuck again. For the love of the Pete. This one goes here. Sit. There we go. That's right. That goes down one. I guess I don't have that one. I don't know where that one's on. There we go. I still feel like, oh yeah, there we go. Although that might actually sit here as really close to right there. So you might actually run into it. I just don't have any room to put it down because I got I got all this other crap in the way. Inevitable. But it's not the end of the world because I still have lots of stuff I can put in so I can set it in. It'll have to sit for a little bit. It's got to wait its turn. And then when the time comes, I'll be able to just toss it in. Because we know where it goes. Sad surprise. How do we not have this one? It should not be in the, there we go. I was going to say it should not be in the mix. It should be out and about. Okay. I still think, try to, when I choose the order for which I'm going to put my pieces together, I try to separate out the pieces accordingly. You know? So pink should have been higher up in the hierarchy than the other colors when I separated it, and then I changed my mind after the fact. So should, I say that and I don't have the piece, should have most of these pieces in here. Because it was the hierarchy, when you, all the other colors that had come after this one, they were supposed to be pieces that didn't have the colors, the other ones that I was separating out. But clearly we're having trouble with that. Best laid plans, kids, best laid plans. Crash and burn, crash and burn. I'm missing something somewhere. Because this should go with, oh, there's two wings. Like, why does this not go together? It's because there's two. There's two wings, not one. Hence the why one doesn't connect to the other one. Because they're next to each other, not. I mean, they'll connect to the bird. They just won't connect to each other. Straight up. Like, I don't know if I have. Well, you know what? I don't know. I don't know if I'll actually have the bird. Because I don't know what color that translates to in the big picture. Even in the small one. I don't know. It's kind of a toss-up. But this will go right here. That's how they're connected. And this is the second flower. Let's see if we can't connect these two together somehow. Da-da. Onwards and upwards. There we go. One piece I had all that trouble with. Well, there you go. Goes in fine. Like, where were you the entire flipping time I was looking for you earlier? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. I mean, it was right there. It was right there the whole time. I just had surprise. I don't think this at all. I realize I've already looked at this one once, but we're just going to act like maybe it'll turn up now. Because it's pink. It has pink in it. It must exist. Like, it should be separated out. It shouldn't be in any of the other sections. I've got to keep saying it over and over again. Because if it had a single, there we go. If it had a single tiny piece of pink on it, it went in this one. It didn't go to the next one. There's an actual clear, there's a hierarchy. I may have went in a different order when I was putting them together, but once you hit, it should be fine. Once you hit that certain spot, it must exist. But it's the one drawback. It's where your time just dies. Is the miscellaneous, the mixed up colors. Put that down there. But before I put the orange in, I want to get as much of this crap out of the way as possible. So I don't want to give up too early, because obviously it's so messy. We want to whittle it down to a more manageable number before we move on to the next section. It's your life depends on it. Although the good news is, as I said earlier, this is the biggest section. After this, it's downhill from here on in. So the next section doesn't have nearly as many pieces as this one does to put in. So it's not like it's going to take up as much space laying it out, which is why I keep debating. I'm like, man, I should just lay it. Just do it now and then move on. Because I'm missing so much that I don't know why it's not here. I don't know. It's giving me fits. Giving me fits. Just laying it down. Like I don't want to do it. Impatient. Impatient. Oh, look, it's this one. Huzzah. Told you that was going to turn up eventually. This one. Oh, wow, there's a bunch of these. Great. That's something to look forward to. We should. Nope. Going the wrong way. It's fine. That's not that one. It's this one. Well, that's. I was gonna say, I just had that one piece in my hand, and now I gotta figure out where I put it. Awesome. This one. be a bit messy. Still messy. It's still messy. But we persevere. Okay. I was seriously tempted to just lay those out too. That sounds like a plan. I'm gonna lay those out too. I don't even care. I don't even flippin' care. That way we'll be able to do the there we go. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Let's ride to the end. Yay. I made me realize I don't have the green set up, but we're just going to sit there for a second. Okay, wait a second. Let's see if we can't whittle some of this stuff down first. But we should. Although, I'd be seriously tempted to do that section, the hot mess section up top, real quick and get rid of that. I'll think about it for 1 or 2 seconds. Fine. I'm going to do the hot mess section in the middle. And this nonsense. There we go. And then that one. This one. There's those. That whittles that down. And this one. This. So. Still giving me fits. Well, this got mixed in with the other one. It's either A, missing, or B, giving me hiding. But go back to the other one now that you've put those in as your heart desired. Go back to where you were before. Whittling it down. Son of a. There we go. It should sit there. Whatever. Finagle it out soon enough. It'll magically appear at some point. I mean, it should magically appear at some point. this one. I don't even know how this happens. I think it literally, there we go. Oh, it must go weird. That's why. Here we go. Sounds pressing to right now. There we go. How about that one? Rubber meets the road. You can do it. There's this fucking thing. Going to the same one. Like it's this one. No, you just projected that like 5 seconds ago. It's not going to be that one. It's still not going to be that one. Loon. Where's this one go to? This one goes to this one. This one goes to this one. Which those, I wouldn't be surprised if those go here somewhere. Huh? Hello, watchers. Am we having fun? We're almost done with this puzzle. Almost. I say that. It looks like a hot mess. It really, really does. The OCD in me is not amused. Not amused at all. But slowly but surely, we will whittle this puzzle down. But slowly but surely. That's not for this side. that from this one? Oh, okay. Fine, be that way. I don't like the messiness of it. I'm going to keep it real. I really, really don't like it. But, as always, I chose to put it like this hot mess. And so, we'll do it. Although, if I was really doing it right, I would do these. Because they're not, as I just showed them there. Did I know that fit? No. I was in we're going to make that fit. No matter what happens, that's going to go in that spot. I don't care what we have to do to make that happen. But she fit. She fits. And that's how that works. Great glue, literally. But yeah, it's just, no, that's not right either. What's wrong with this puzzle? Yeah. This should be easy. It should be clear, easy to find piece. What's wrong with this thing? I don't have it anywhere else. It's not connected. It has to be here or here. Fucking butterfly. Nope. Probably helps if you do it the right way. No? That still doesn't. Well, sassafras. Still doesn't go. Nope. Here we go. Got it. And this one here. That one. It's slightly amusing that it's the pieces that aren't in the middle of the board that you would want to get rid of because it's so cluttered. The cluttered part that I want to get rid of, no, we're just putting the purple in. The purple that's off to the side that's not in the way. Great. That'll definitely make it move faster. No. Oh, look, maybe this is this one. Let's not ask questions about it. Was I going this way or this way? Oh, shit. It's not my proudest moment, but I did figure it out eventually. It has to count, right? It counts that I figured it out eventually. You love hummingbirds, do you? Here, let's see if I can. Yes. Well, they're pretty. I mean, obviously, it's not a real hummingbird, though. Kelly has those. Get one of those from her. But this one looks really pretty. It's all nice and colorful. The other one's not together yet. It's still ripped apart. As I rip the puzzle apart. Oh, this is a face. Where's the face? Here we go. Oh yes, this is my second to last colorful puzzle. The other one is fish, though. It's not birds. That's what's holding you can't see it's over there. It's holding my laptop up. It's my high-tech laptop stand. Because I can't use, well, I can. I won't use the laptop stand I usually use because it's persnickety. Like I could bump it and knock it off, and I don't want to have to deal with the noise and the nonsense of bumping it and knocking it off, so I'm just using the boxes instead. Look, there you go. There's the other hummingbird. Can't see it, it's too far away. The T and K show, birds, fish. Birds are better than fish? About ring fingers. Well, yeah. Well, I guess, do you mean birds are better than fish as pets, or just they are prettier? Because I would objectively say both is true. I mean, birds are easier to see. They're much more, well, no, they're each as colorful as each other. But, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I would dare say not as a pet because of the noise. Because you just know you'd get one that twitter all the time until you went batty. But outside noise, fine. Which, sadly, today we don't have. The crows haven't come back because there's a couple crows that have a nest in the tree next to my apartment, and they'll caw. It's not the most. It's not a great sound. I don't recommend having crows because yeah, it's kind of creepy. I feel like all the movies I've watched that have, the crows are the bad omen of terrible doom and gloom. Usually that's but there's like 4 of them last year that showed up. The first day there was 1, the next day there was 2, the next day there was 3. I'm like, okay, I'm going to need you to stop multiplying and stop sitting outside my window and cawing all the time, because it's not it. It's not it. No crows. But you enjoy the interaction. Well, I guess usually if you put a bird feeder out, I mean, I guess it depends on if you have a squirrel that eats all your bird seed. But if you don't, the bird feeder should attract them for you. That, and since they're outside pets and not inside pets, you have that added advantage of not having to clean up after them, things like that. I mean, you just have to feel the bird feeder every once in a while, and then call it a day. But yeah, fish don't really. Yeah, I've had to take care of a fish before. It's not fun to take care of them. They don't really interact that much with you. The water is nasty. Like, no matter how many times you clean it, it gets dirty again. Not a fan. Not a fan. I was just hoping the thing didn't die before I gave it back to its owner. It didn't. I didn't kill the fish. The fish lived for a little while, and then the owner changed the fish's water and didn't realize that they used hot water and they cooked it. She was traumatized. I thought it was hilarious. So, like, at least I didn't do that, because it'd be far worse if it was somebody else's pet and you did it. But if you do it to your own pet, then, yeah. Whoopsie. The one time you can't use hot water instead of cold. That's a bad thing. I shouldn't laugh. It's not funny. Cooked fish is not funny. It was a goldfish, so she was surprised it lived that long. Anyways, I'm like, she didn't intentionally kill it, but it was, oh gosh, man, good times had by all. Good times. It was one of those goldfish you get like at the fair or whatever. Where those freebies dies. Usually when the kid gets it, it dies 3 days later, because that's the kind of goldfish they had, the cheap, shitty ones. Although I don't know what the lifespan of a goldfish is, but I don't know. But I'm sure it's a racket for parents that have kids, because you have to keep buying a new goldfish every time your other one dies. You don't want to traumatize the child. Although my parents would have just said it was dead and moved on, so all my pets were outside pets, which is perfectly fine. I'm not disappointed about that. Still making a mess. I should stick to his side, and I keep flitting around everywhere. Choose a section, finish a section. I want to. And I always said that the birds have stopped twittering. Well, at least it's not the geese. I'm not a huge fan of the noise that the geese make. Ugh, no, that's too long. Imagine the amount of money you'd spend keeping a goldfish for 4 years. Although I imagine you wouldn't have to take. At least it's a pet you don't have to take to the vet. I say that they probably took it to the vet. Oh my gosh. I mean, I guess it's all dependent on. A friend had to buy all that accoutrement that goes with having a fish. You have to have the tank and then the bubbler thingy and then the aerator, whatever, to make the water move around. Because if it doesn't move, then it gets scummy even faster. Oh gosh. Yeah. No. But I don't know. I don't know if fish need to go to the vet or not. This is true. Well, I bet you if it's a fancy fish, it does. Probably not a goldfish. But if you were one of the swanky people that had like koi, I bet you'd take those things to the. I don't. Well, you wouldn't have to take. You couldn't take it to the vet. The vet would have to come to you. Man, in the city, can you imagine how expensive that would be to get the vet to come to your house? No. No. Well, that's still far too long. That, and does she know that the goldfish didn't die? Does she know, where did this come from? That her parents didn't just, when the goldfish died, replace it with another one? I mean, depending on what your goldfish started out looking like, you might be able to buy a new one that looks exactly like it. Where are all these pieces, and why aren't they where they're supposed to be? Sassafras. I keep getting stuck in the same section. Like, there must be. This should be. Here we go. This should be very easy to find. Why is it not easy to find? See? They can and do go to the vet. Missed result. But yeah, did they say how much the vet costs for your fish? I mean, talk about a money pit. I mean, I'm sure it's your pet and you love it dearly, but talk about a money pit. No. No way. That's just it's too much work. I mean, I'm sure the fish was adorable. I don't know if I could find the face of this hummingbird, unless I already put it together. Nope, that's not the right hummingbird. Because this one is in the flower. Oh, this one's over here. Stuck on this thing. Because it's a puzzle. Oh, well. I'm stuck on this thing. This one. I knew it existed somewhere. I just don't know why it's not. It's fighting me. It's fighting me hard. I assume when you said you bought ring fingers, that ring fingers are a type of hummingbird. Did you buy? Did you have the birds in the cage? Or is this oh, this is weird. I don't know if I've ever actually known somebody who actually owned birds. I don't know. Still, no. Too much chirping. Too much chirping. It's so messy. So messy. I can't take it anymore. I need to organize it. Straighten my pieces. If I straighten them, they'll magically appear, right? That's how this works. That's not how this works. I don't know. Sheet. I don't know. Beep. I assume that's... I don't know where that one is. So do I. I was reading back to where you said that you bought ring fingers. Is ring finger a bird? Unless it auto-corrected. You know how typing works out. It autocorrects crap all the time. So it might have been, you might have written a completely different word, and that's what it says on the thing. Oh well, we'll survive. If I ever finish this puzzle, I will finish the puzzle. I keep saying that. Oh, look, it's the pink pieces. Yay! No. Okay. Oh, it's a ring feeder. Oh. Okay, that makes sense. Now, did the squirrel get to it? Because usually that's always how you hear about those stories. They put out the feeders, and then a squirrel or some other animal gets to it, eats all the food out of it, and no birds show up. Ah, see, there we go. Yeah, yeah. Ring finger means a ring feeder. Okay, okay. That's fine. That's fine. I don't know. I've never bought accoutrement to feed animals outside, so I did not know. I mean, but yes, birds are definitely animals that you would want outside. Show up every once in a while, eat the food, leave. So I imagine that birds are even more expensive than fish, honestly. Who knows what nonsense they'll need to survive, how high maintenance they may be. Although the vet bill is probably less for the bird. Oh, yeah. The hummingbirds are never going to come to your hand. No way. That, you say that, and I automatically picture a horror show where the birds fly up to your hand and start pecking at your fingers. Yeah. That's nature for you. I automatically think the worst, that they're going to do something terrible. I'm like, nah. They can stay far away. Where did this come from? That'll be fine. That'll be fine. But did no birds at all come to the feeder then? Because you think something would show up. Usually it's a wild animal, not the birds, like a squirrel, chipmunk, something like that. Yeah. If you follow people they do, does that mean you watch channels that have them? Because if so, we all know that when when people on the internet show you things, it's never real, true to life. You gotta put that with a grain of salt. Like, how do they make that happen? I mean, the only channel I know that has birds on it, they have the live stream channels that you could you set them on there for your pet, for your cat or whatever, and it's just birds flying up to the bird feeder and feeding on it, and then they fly away. I think that was on, during the day, every day. It must exist. Yeah, yeah. Because they have the one that has like the 5 or whatever bird feeders, the long, skinny ones, all sitting next to each other. Yeah. In the world of AI that we live in, I dare say there's a way you can fake it. I don't know what it would be, but soon enough, how you'll be able to tell what's real and what's not. But yeah, the live channels, I've seen those. I've not watched them religiously or anything, but I have seen those. Oh, it's this one. And then we'll see if this has the... Oh, that's satisfying. And now we're back to this stupid piece. I don't know how long I spent trying to find this one last time, but I never did find it, so... Oh, wait, here it is. Ha! Where was it last time? In the exact same spot it was this time. That's right. I just missed it. Completely and utterly missed it. I mean, I'm not really surprised, but... Yeah, no. I have enough wildlife outside of my window. I don't need to put a bird feeder out or anything. Sometimes the squirrel will come over to my place and ask me for food, and I tell it to go to the neighbor's house because I assume the neighbor is the one that's feeding it. Yeah, no, I don't. There's plenty of nature right outside. I found this one. Where is it at? I just did this one. Oh, it's in the bird. That's right. I need to put it on top of the bird. I mean, last year we even had a crane show up at the pond. Why there was a crane there, I don't know. That one did give me a triple take of why is there a crane, one solitary crane all by itself with the ducks and the geese. I don't think it came with them, but it ended up at the pond with them. We are not going to... Well, can I finish this in an hour? Man, I doubt it. I mean, I could hope and dream. Oh, there you go. Are your feeders in a spot where you can actually see when the birds land on them and stuff? Well, I assume you would. You put them somewhere that you can see them. See, you could set up a live stream, and then you could just have a live stream looking at your feeders all the time. Maybe it'll get people to watch it. I mean, people do, obviously. I guess it all depends on what would show up, if enough showed up. If it was entertaining enough. Well, I wouldn't put it past people if they had a live stream like that, if they had like pet birds or whatever. Like, you train them to come back. People will do anything for $1. Anything at all. Anything at all. No matter how shameless, insane, or dumb it is, they'll do it. You're on the internet. You know how this works. The only ones, the animal ones I did watch a little bit of, they have some that are like the kitten streams, so they have little kittens that run around. Those I've seen. I think they foster them and then they adopt them out at some point. I don't remember. It's been a little bit since I watched those. Clearly, the live streams I watch are the trial streams, so it's not the same thing. And eat. Anything at all. Anything at all. I watched a video yesterday about another lady who was live streaming while she was working as a nurse, and she was like doling out a patient's medicine, and she said the patient's name on the live stream while she was doling out their medicine. I was like, man, you're gonna get fired. Apparently, she had all of like 50 live streamers, and that 50 live streamers was enough for her to, sacrifice her job for them. Like, that's just a hot mess. I mean, at least it's not as bad as the live streamer before that who was twerking on top of people in the old folks' home, some of whom were disabled and could not move. She was twerking on top of them. Yeah. It's a special bunch. Special bunch. It's always a good sign they'll get online and be like, I didn't do anything wrong. I'm like, did you? Did you really? That's what we're going with? Okie dokie. It was really bad. Like, with the girl that was twerking on top of the patients, you could tell some of them were not all there, whether they be, some sort of mentally challenged in some way. And you could see her bump the top of their head when she's twerking on top. It's not good. It's not good. But, and I imagine her mother was not happy either, because her mother was the one that owned the nursing home that she was twerking on top of the people. So, lawsuits might come after this. You might get in trouble. Just a little bit. Just a little. It's just one of the perks of being of the older generation. At least when we did stupid shit that wasn't nearly as bad as this, there's no video proof that this actually went down. There is no evidence. There's what people remember, but there's no pictures. There's nothing. And here you got people put things on the internet, and that stuff lasts forever. No, it didn't involve twerking. I'm too old for that shit. No, it did not. But it was still, it's just, I learned long ago, when I was in high school, there was this party with a lot of my classmates, and they grew up in the country, and they went to somebody's house somewhere, and they had their party out in the country. But the thing is, they all parked their cars on the road and blocked the path, so they all got in trouble. And then also, at a different party, they were all underage drinking. They filmed it, like, with a camera, like an actual, because back in the day, you had to use an actual camera. And they actually took a video camera of them drinking when they were underage, and they got in trouble for it. And I'm like, really, do not videotape yourself breaking the law. This isn't rocket science. This isn't rocket science. This is something I learned even before that point. When I was in like 4th or 5th grade, I had gotten into a fight with my friends over something stupid. I was in 4th or 5th grade. We all know at that age it was something stupid, and I got really mad about it. So I wrote them a letter, because that was what we did back in the day. We wrote letters by hand. And I wrote it, and I was so proud of the letter that I actually copied it. And so I had an extra copy of the letter that I wrote. No, I don't still have it. Yes, I am disappointed. But they ended up turning it in, and I got in trouble, because literally they have proof of the stupid letter that I wrote. I mean, also at that age, we became friends again not long after. It was something stupid. I have no idea. I don't know. I just assumed it was stupid because of the age which we were. But what I learned from that was never ever leave evidence of your crime. Honestly, just don't. No. Now, I wonder if maybe because I learned that, that's why I don't have the letter anymore, because I threw it away because I didn't want to keep it as evidence. But at that point, you'd already got in trouble with it. You should have kept it. How entertaining would that be? I really want to read that letter, because it had to have been glorious. I mean, stupid, but also entertaining as hell. Has to be. Has to be. What great crime could they have possibly committed in, 4th, 5th grade? Like, no way. No way. Had to be something stupid. Gosh, the good old days. But I'm sure me and my preteen self thought it was, the biggest thing to ever happen. It was a grave sin that they had committed. Not really, but it had to have been, in my eyes, the worst thing they'd ever done. So stupid. So stupid. But kids today don't have that, because when they get mad at something, they videotape that shit. They use their phones and then post that crap. No. Oh, well. I feel like I haven't made any progress in this puzzle. Oh, is that the... Is it this one? Ha! Yay! What happened to the top one that I had over there forever ago? Hello. I'm going to keep it real. I didn't really get in trouble that much. I am the youngest. By the time you get to the youngest child, unless you do something catastrophic, you're not going to get in trouble. They've done given up by the time they got to you. The only time I ever actually got in trouble as a kid, after work, I went to a friend's house and we played video games until like 2 o'clock in the morning, and I came home late and I got in trouble for that. For playing video games. Seriously. I know, I live dangerously. Such a rebel, such a rebel. Gosh, what games did we play? I think we played crap, what is it? It's one of the fighting games. They made it into a movie that was really terrible. That doesn't narrow it down. It's not Mortal Kombat. It's one of the other ones. It was one of the ones where they had the option. They had a volleyball version where it was just the girls wearing the skimpy outfits playing volleyball so the boys could perv over them. Gosh, what was that? What was it called? Not Street Fighter. It was like, I feel like 2 was in the middle. Gosh, what was it? I keep thinking Need for Speed. That's definitely not it. Not even close. Gosh, what was it? But yeah, they had the girls that played volleyball version. Like it was a separate game all by itself of just the girls playing volleyball. I know that all the fighting games had the girls in the skimpy clothes, so that doesn't narrow it down. I was really bad at that game, so I'm the person that just hits all the buttons and hopes for the best. Like maybe you'll get a move out of it and kill something, but usually you'll just, you'll fail miserably. But every once in a while I won, which I'm sure annoyed the bejesus out of people. But I can't remember. Like there was, I think there was at least 4 releases of the game, so it had to have been. It has. I think Jamie King was in the live action version of it. It's gonna drive me nuts. But man, I don't know. Yeah, because there's Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter. I never played Street Fighter. Never. I don't think I'm quite old enough for that one. And I've seen the classic movie. That I've seen. Acting like I don't know who you are. I know who you are. Yeah, I can't. Virtual Fighter. No, it's here. I'm gonna look it up. I'm Googling. We'll get there. Oh, it's not Jamie King. What if I said poets? It was Jamie Presley that was in it. It was close. Not the Jamie, right? Let's Google this crap. Dead or Alive. So it would have been Dead or Alive 4 then, maybe? Yes. Yes. Although it is slightly amusing that they had so many of them that can't tell which one it was. DOA. Man. Indeed. But yeah, we didn't even drink or anything. We just played Dead or Alive or one of the other games, and then that was it. Yeah, nailed it. And I wonder why, because we used to always just stay because I worked at a restaurant bar thing. We used to just stay there and play pinball. But for whatever reason, we went back to his place and played video games instead. I don't know. It was a long time ago, but technically he was on the way home. Technically. If I can get this puzzle to go together. Oh my gosh, how long is this going to take? I'm going to go over. Of course it was a boy. No, but did not date. He was just a coworker. Classmate too, because we were in the same class. Mm-hmm. If they had DOA volleyball, why would you ever assume it was a girl? I was clearly made for the boys. This one should go right here. I just don't know why it's. Oh, here's the. Ha! I mean, I don't blame them. That's fine. Know your audience. Make your money. Absolutely. Clearly, I feel like there's more than one version of the volleyball too, so they must have made some money off of it. I mean, it's not like you really had to have a great game. You just need to have the girls bouncing around in the bikinis. I mean, geez. Just. It was simpler times. Simpler times. That's all the boys needed. They were super excited. Nowadays, you have access to everything. There is no need for that crap. Back then, that's all they had. All they had. Uh-oh. Oh, no, that's not right. In high school? Oh, jeez. This is a terrible idea. I mean, I'm sure the boys liked it. That's just, I don't understand. Is that actually comfortable to play in that? Like, you just, like, in front of all those people? Because I assume you had to play it. Oh, no. No, no. In high school, that's in front of the boys? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That is a terrible idea. Like, at least you should be able to have options. When you're at your most awkward hot mess, that's probably not the bestest of times. Although you'd have that one girl that ruined it for everyone. Oh yeah, no. Now, did you if you played in the volleyball team or like when you played in gym class? I mean, both are bad, but at least if it was only for team, that way if you weren't part of the team, oh yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I didn't do sports, so I was free of that. No worries. I'm not athletic in any way, shape, or form. So that's not a worry. Because I'm pretty sure we did actually have a volleyball team. That's how much I know. I totally paid attention. The only sports I ever went to was when you had to go play for pep band, like you were required for your grade. You had to go to so many games. So I went to the amount of games required to get your grade, and that was basically it. And even to this day, I don't really care about sports. Like the only reason I knew that the Pacers were in the had a good team this year is because of work. Like I don't pay attention to any of that stuff. Which I see that they won yesterday. Yay! Yippee! I mean, for all 5 people that care, it's very exciting. I mean, I don't know how often that happens. Then who chose the uniform? Like, did that? I mean, obviously, we're all old enough that back in the day they got away with more than they do now. But I still find it amazing that they didn't at least give you an option. Because usually they give you something. I don't know. I think I blocked out all of gym and whatnot, like all the things you had to wear, all that stuff. You wore underwear. Well, as always, because it's volleyball, technically, I'm sure they were like, well, if you were playing it on the beach, you would be wearing a bikini. I'm like, well, it depends on the person. Some people don't like to wear bikinis. But yeah. They were less merciful in the olden days. You kind of just had to do whatever they told you to do. I just don't know why I don't have that one. Oh, good. Yeah, no. That and kids in high school are just not nice. Just not nice. One of those girls is going to have a banging body because that's how we play. And then everybody else is going to be looking at her like, come on now, really? You're throwing off the curve for the rest of us. Yeah, that's the price you pay. I guess if you played sports, you must have been athletic enough. I don't know. I'm sure that's not the outfit they have now. Oh, I say that. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe it's even slayer now than it was then. Just whittling away. No. Although it looks like I've not made much progress, I have to remind myself this goes right here. So there's a whole chunk that is actually done. It just doesn't, it can't fit in there yet. I still don't know why I don't have that one. I really need to lay those pieces out. Whittle them down. Yeep. I just dump them on the thing. It's fine. The last pieces to lay out. And then we'll not trailing a smile. And then we'll be going to the end of the line. Okay. Still don't know how. Well, does that not? That doesn't go there. It goes right there. I'm like, how do I not have those pieces together? Well, kids, if you put it in the correct spot instead of putting it in the wrong one, maybe it will actually go correctly. No, maybe just a little bit. Just a wee bit. Sassafras. But you know. Did you get the puzzle together? Or did drinking make puzzling better or worse? I mean, at least you could say it was a cheap date. Well, technically you drank that. The alcohol might have cost money, but it's not the worst thing ever. Although, I don't really understand how people think that doing puzzle is not really a team sport. I say this having done a puzzle with my mother. As you can tell, I clearly like my puzzle pieces in a specific pattern, and she kept moving them to different spots. So then I just kept moving them back. It was a passive aggressive event. I mean, I didn't yell at her, so I resisted. I was able to hold it together, as I slowly went insane. It's all separated for a reason. Cheap date. Well, that and you're showing how much he's worth. Like, this is how much you're worth. I'm willing to spend this amount of time with you. We're going to be doing this puzzle. If we get it done, maybe we can go do something else. Well, you know. And then you married him. No, just kidding. It was meant to be. No. Yeah, no. I never, you know, no. Almost always all my puzzles have been done by myself, except for those few times when you're forced to. But no, it's my alone time, my zen time, my happy time. I guess it all depends on if you get somebody who does the puzzle in the same way you do. Although how you separate that stuff out, I don't really know. What can I say? I don't have this way. Yeah. Well, you know. Why did I say it didn't fit when it fit? Well, the great thing about puzzles is that they're fairly cheap. You can do them over again if you really want to. Um, like this one, I got it from a friend. She did it, and she just gives them to me. And then what I'll do with the ones that I don't want to keep is I'll just give them to my mom the next time I'll see her. You know, it makes the rounds. Like all the puzzles I made, I did when I was younger, which some of them I still do have. I bought them at a secondhand store, which is why I don't care if they're missing a piece or not. Because anyone who's ever done a puzzle knows that puzzle pieces disappear all the time anyways. So I don't care if a puzzle piece gets lost. I mean, it's annoying if you bought it and it was expensive. So if I were to lose one from the Biggins, my 3,000 and 4,000 piece puzzle, if I lost something from those, I might be a little bit more annoyed because I actually bought those. But not really. You know, when you spent $1 on the puzzle, it's not really the end of the world if it's missing a piece or whatever. It's not a big deal. That and puzzle pieces disappear all the time. All the time. Which you should have seen my Lego stream yesterday. I dropped a piece on the ground, and then I went down to get it because pieces disappear, and I couldn't find it. And I kept going doing the Lego set, and then every once in a while I would look on, go through the floor again. I'm like, the floor is not dirty. Like I couldn't figure out what happened to it. So at some point, because I have a backless chair, I picked up the chair, looked underneath it, and set it back down. Little did I know that when I picked up the chair, the reason I didn't see it is because it was stuck to the bottom of the chair, because the bottom of the chair is rubber. So when it fell on the floor, it somehow deflected, went underneath the chair, got stuck on the bottom of the chair, and I've been sitting on the piece the entire time. But because it's a Lego, it survived. It did not die. I did not break the Lego piece. I just embarrassed the bejesus out of myself. It was amusing. Yeah, yesterday I did 10 different builds. They have a website you can go to, and it gives you alternate builds for sets you already have. So it comes with instructions and everything. Like people make up, they build different things out of the sets, and then they make the instructions and post them. And some of them cost money, and some of them are free. And then I go through and I made them. I had money credit for Lego.com, and so I got 2 sets. And the one set I bought just because it was adorable, and the other one I bought specifically to build an alternate build. Like I did not want to build what it's made for. I wanted to make something else. I wanted to make Treebeard from Lord of the Rings. So that's what he was bought for, which he is gorgeous. Gorgeous. Turned out great. Like whoever came up with that set, genius. But yeah, it's always standard. The amount of times I drop pieces on the floor, it's constant. I automatically assume if I'm missing a piece, number one, I dropped it on the floor. We're going to need to see if it's just, hiding out somewhere. And then if I can't find that, then I'll look elsewhere. Let's see this. It's pinging me. But, yeah. But yeah, I have my tub of Jigsaw puzzles that has... Some of those puzzles are, 20 years old at least. Probably, actually, some of them are older. Some of them are older. Well, because, it doesn't have to be the hip, cool new one. You don't need to spend big bucks on it. It's cheap. It's easy. Technically, you can put on a show and watch a show while you're putting a puzzle together. No harm, no foul. That's usually what I would be doing if I wasn't streaming. I'd have some sort of show on in the background. Sassafras. I prefer Jigsaw puzzles to Legos. I assume that's what you're asking. I don't like... It's because you can redo the Jigsaw puzzles more often. The Legos, like the stream I did yesterday where you had, made 10 different builds from the same set, you had to rip it apart every single time. And it's so... How easy it is to rip apart a Jigsaw puzzle versus a Lego set, to take it apart and put it back together again. That and all my Lego sets, except for that one that I did yesterday, are the big ones. My sister used to buy me, every Christmas, she would buy me a Lego set for Christmas, and that's what I would put together. So I have a nice collection, like the Millennium Falcon and Star Wars stuff. I got some Harry Potter stuff, and then I got one Indiana Jones, and now I have one Lord of the Rings. But the big ones are so expensive. I think that's another drawback, is that it's so inordinately expensive. You kind of feel obligated. You have to put it out. Specific patterns. Oh, for puzzles, I prefer, honestly, usually it's landscape. Like I want it, like this one, nature. I want something that I am willing to stare at for the hours it takes to put it together. Because if you don't want to look at it, I got as a gift many years ago a Edward Cullen jigsaw puzzle, from Twilight, and he stares at you. It was the most creepiest thing ever. I could only put that one together once, because he just was staring at you the entire time you were doing the puzzle, and that's not... I didn't enjoy it. I found that to be unpleasant. So all of mine are nature ones. The two big ones that I have, the 3,000 piece puzzle is Harry Potter. It's the Hogwarts Castle, and then the 4,000 piece one is a big tree is like a third of the puzzle. The tree takes over 20 hours to do. A tree. And then the rest of it's, a hill and like a building and stuff like that. It's just a landscape. A picturesque place that I assume is in Europe somewhere. Always in Europe. Always. That's where the scenic shit's at. So, but yeah, it has to be something, especially the bigger ones. The problem with the Harry Potter castle is that it is not, it's tan and brown. It's very muted. It's not a vibrant picture. It looks like the castle, obviously. It does look exactly like it, but it's so boring looking that you do eventually get annoyed. You get sick of it. You don't want to look at it anymore. You're just trying to get it done. You're just trying to finish it. You're not happy about it. You don't want to be there, which is kind of a bummer. I mean, you'll usually, if it's a big puzzle, it's just a matter, it just takes forever. It's just, so the 4,000 piece puzzle will take, I think the fastest I've ever done it is 35 hours. So it's a long time to spend on one thing. It's a misconception. You know, they're like, oh, you'll never get it done. It's not about getting it done. It's just, everything just takes longer when it's bigger. That's the only difference. It just takes longer. That, and I prefer to finish it in one go, which you obviously can't do for a big puzzle because at some point you need to go to bed and things like that. So, yeah, no, I don't. I tried it. So that I have obviously done. I've done the 4,000 piece puzzle like 4 or 5 times. So obviously I've done it a few times, but I don't think it's worth it. Well, if you really want to torture yourself, I can always lend you my ladybug puzzle. It's a 1,000 piece puzzle of ladybugs. Like, what surface on their door are they on? I don't know. It's just ladybugs. It's just ladybugs. 100%. A table, something, some surface completely covered with ladybugs. You literally just lay out all the pieces, and then you just start on one side, and then just keep going. Just keep trying. Try to put them together, and then also, every piece is like an outside piece. So every piece only has 2 connectors. So every piece is like this one. Every single piece in the puzzle is like this one, except for the outside edge will be wavy or something. It is. It's a very tedious process, and it's one of those puzzles. Usually, you know, the closer you get to the end, the faster you'll get. The faster you can start throwing in the pieces. You know, you've eliminated so many, it's just faster because you don't have as many to choose from, sending it to try. But with that one, because it's so tedious, you will start and basically at the same speed. Like, you might get a little bit faster, but you know, you'll be averaging at the beginning like maybe 10 pieces an hour. Like, you will be able to put the outside together. That's not the problem. But the inside, oh no. That I got that puzzle and it was new and I've lost pieces to it. So it doesn't even have all its pieces. So not only do you have to spend forever trying to figure out where stuff is, but you're also missing stuff. That one you just need a surface big enough that you will just lay them all out and then just sit. Just spin. Just spin. Yeah, it's but with that one, obviously, you know, with all puzzles, it's not like you didn't know what it was. I looked at Ravensburger puzzles. They make all one color puzzles, you know, because everybody's like, oh, if it's all one color, it'll be super hard. And I looked at it, and the problem with it is it's not a standard puzzle. The cut itself is different. So it's not straight across. They have a pattern, like a circle on the inside. And because there's a pattern on the inside, it's not nearly as hard as you would expect it to be. It actually should be so much easier because that circle pattern will make the pieces different. So you'll be able to separate all those pieces out and put those together, and then just put the straight ones on the outside. Like, it's not. I was very disappointed. It's like when they make the big puzzles and they put the letters on the back of the puzzles pieces, so that way you can just separate out the letters and you don't have, you know, it makes it easier to do. Like, what's the point of buying that super hard puzzle if you're just going to put letters on the outside to tell you which section it goes in? Like, what was the point? Why would you do that? And like, when I was a kid, they bought me a puzzle, which I should still have. It's the cat puzzle that I have. It has the same picture on both sides. And they thought it would be super hard for me to do. But the problem is, usually you wouldn't notice because you wouldn't care. But the front and the back of a puzzle, they feel different. You know, the front side's all slick and smooth, and the back side's a little bit more rough. Well, even in that puzzle, that is also the case. So you would literally just feel the puzzle piece to know which side it was on, and then just flip over all the pieces to make sure they were all the correct way, and then just put it together. So you just had to put the extra little bit of time to make sure you'd separated all the pieces out and then be done with it. Like you might have a few that were in the wrong way. I mean, that happens. You're not going to get everything right. But you would be able to separate it enough that you whittled it down. They were gravely disappointed because I don't think it's a 1,000-piece puzzle. I think it's only 500. So I still, a couple hours later, I had the puzzle done, and they all expected it to take much, much longer. It's all about figuring out the key to doing the puzzle faster. Like with the 4,000-piece puzzle, the first time I did it, I got done. And then when I was done, I realized what I had done wrong that made it take so much longer because it took like 45, 46 hours to do it. So then I, of course, ripped it apart and did it again the correct way and shaved off 10 hours of my time. I'm like, there's a way to do it. You just got to know what it is. And even if you do it wrong, it's still going to get done one way or the other. It's going to get done. But I don't know. Nothing will beat the time. The first time I did the Harry Potter puzzle, one of the pieces ran away. So I got to the end and you were one piece short. Like this piece must exist. And it's so big that I couldn't leave it sit out. You had to put it away. Like I had to move it. So eventually, I had to rip it apart and put it back in the box because I couldn't find the piece. And then like 2 days later, the piece turned up. It had fallen in between the crack in my chair, between the bottom part and the back part. It was in the middle. It had been sitting there the whole time. Like, well, I would have liked to have finished it completely on the first try, but no such joy. I mean, it was only going to turn up after you ripped it apart. It wasn't going to turn up before that. Like I thought I'd checked everything already, but apparently no. I didn't check that one piece. So, crap. Crap. It was, no. Well, that, and I didn't, for the longest time, for those big puzzles, obviously the hardest part is finding a surface to put them on. 4,000 pieces is just so darn big. And it turned out I had bought from IKEA, I got one of those floor mat, the plastic thing you put on the floor so you don't scratch the floor. I realized that is actually big enough. I can put a 3,000-piece puzzle on it. It was long enough and wide enough that a 3,000-piece puzzle would fit on it. And it's sturdy enough, you can pick it up and set it on the floor, move it around. Like if ever that is your cheap surface. If ever you need a surface to do a big puzzle on that you need to move out of the way, that is it. It's just the plastic floor protector. Because it was the best. Like that's not what it was bought for, but that's what it became. It became my, I don't know how many puzzle surfaces I have at this point, but it just became my new puzzling surface to go with my chalkboard that I've had since I was a kid. Puzzle board sister got me for Christmas. All those. Well, with the bigger puzzles, because you have to stare at it for so long and you really want it to look so good, you want it to be something you want to stare at. It's kind of hard. It was hard for me to find one that I actually wanted to stare at for that long. Oh, great. So there's a reason why it's Harry Potter. It's not because it's my favorite thing ever. I mean, I do like Harry Potter. There's nothing wrong with it. But that it was just one of the only ones I could find that I actually liked the picture and was willing to stare at it for that long. It's hard to go on. Like that 4,000-piece puzzle I have is the only one I've ever found that I actually liked the picture enough to want to spend that long putting it together. That thing, where is it? Let's hear. But, somebody else might find something pretty to put together, but I haven't. whittling away. We're getting there. Oh, no. Where's that one? The whole puzzle move. Oopsie. Didn't kill it, so it's okay. It's okay. It'd be a sad day if I accidentally bumped it enough to rip it apart and then I had to put it back together again. Like it would be the first time I've done that, but not now, kids. Not now. How do I have this one? Where's the... Oh, that's weird. Am I missing that piece? Well, no. I was gonna say, why does that piece not exist? Because you keep forgetting that you have these over here. I forgot about this whole entire section. Whoopsie daisy. I need to just put these over here. And we just start whittling them down. That way I can see them better. Oh, pieces. Oh, that's a happy dog. I really do. This is all my puzzle pieces that I have left. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. Yeah, I'll just... This one's not too bad. The wolf one I did a couple days ago was the worst I've had. Not a couple days, a couple weeks ago. Was the worst I've had in a long time. For whatever reason, the way, I don't know if it was the cut of it, whatever happened, you would put a piece together and it wouldn't be right. Like it would look right, it would fit together right, but it would not actually be right. So then you had to keep ripping things apart and fixing it. Like you'd have whole rows that were in the wrong spot, but they fit. And then you'd have to just, I had to do one at a time. Like you'd find one that fit, put it in, go to the next one, try it again. Like you just can't, you couldn't take it for granted that it was actually right. It was weird. It was an oddity. I don't know. I'd never had that one. And I never had one that was that persnickety, that much of a pain that didn't want to go in. My hair's in the way. Yeah, it was an oddity. I don't know. I got done with it and I mentioned it to my friend. She's like, yeah, I had the same trouble too. I'm like, you could have told me that ahead of time so that I'd know that was to be expected, that it wasn't going to go together right. I guess I was going to say, I have the other one. Where's that? Because that would have saved me a great deal. I would have, been more confident that it wasn't just me. But yeah, the whole time we kept moving it around and rejigging it and setting it again. But as always, usually if there's some sort of problem, like the outside won't get, like the Harry Potter one, it's all off on one. Like the rows aren't even in one. When two of the rows to go together, they're not even. They're off kilter. But it's just that one row, so you just know when you hit it, that's where your problem lies. And also the outside. I have never actually put all the outside pieces for the Harry Potter one together correctly on the first try. Like usually you will end up with a bunch of pieces that don't go together, and then you just have to wait until you've put the rest of the puzzle together, and then you'll be able to see where it goes. Because until then, I don't know. Like I can't figure it out. But I know that, obviously, because I've done the puzzle before, so it's not as much of a surprise as it was the first time you did it. You just couldn't figure out why it was not going together correctly. Because, you know, it's never a good sign when you're doing the outside and you can't get it together. Like, come on now. The outside is supposed to be the best part. Like, the first puzzle I did on here was one of the fastest ones I do. And usually for that one, I don't do the outside pieces because it's just faster to do it without it, like the outside pieces. But when I did it the first time, I was like, okay, I have to do the outside. I have to do the full puzzle for the stream. And the outside took forever. I mean, it completely bogged my time because it just took so long to get it together. And I didn't want to, because the puzzle comes with a decorative outside line around the outside. Like, it's not... it's the same pattern all the way around. Like, it doesn't serve a purpose. It doesn't make the picture look better. It was just too much. You can't redo puzzles? Really? I once did a puzzle. I got fixated on it for whatever reason. I really liked doing it. I didn't do the same one over and over and over again. And I did it so much that at some point I could just start laying the pieces out on the board where they were supposed to be. Like, it wouldn't be exactly 100% right, but you would get it fairly close. Because you I learned by repetition. So I'd just done it so many times that I just knew where they went. I still have that puzzle. No, I can't do it. I don't have it. Use it or lose it. No, I don't have it anymore. But I have the puzzle. I just don't have it memorized anymore. But it depends on the puzzle. But usually, yeah, no, it's fine. Like, I did whittle them down because I used to have more. I used to have a lot more puzzles, but I whittled it down to only have one plastic tote because I don't keep the boxes for my puzzles, so they're just in Ziploc bags. I whittled it down and got rid of a bunch of them so that I'm down to just one tote of puzzles, so it doesn't take up so much space. But some of them I've had for a super long time. But finally getting there. Darn it. See, I predicted 5 hours and 30 minutes. I was like, you're not going to make it. No, but I could safely say I'm getting close. It's going to be a little bit off. Could we just say it's because I talk so much? That's what ruined the time? Yeah, I think it's because I like to do it more than once because I want to see if I can... It depends on the puzzle, but I want to see if I can beat my time. So, like with the 4,000 piece puzzle that I got it done, realized what I did wrong, ripped it apart and redid it again because I wanted to see if I could do it faster. Although the problem with that is you will eventually hit the wall. Like, you can't do it faster. You've done it as fast as you possibly could. There is a barrier. You can't just keep always getting faster. But it just depends on what the puzzle is and how challenging it is. How pretty it is. I mean, what is this? It should go right here. Oh, there we go. I was going to say, it has to go in here somewhere. It's a part of the edge. I promise. It's here. As long as you're not the person that you don't glue them together and put the ball to wall, do you? I mean, to each his own. Some people like to glue them together and put them on walls. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I think it's because I like to compete against myself. I want to see if I can be more efficient, if I can do it better. You know, it's your second bite of the apple. Like, hey, I've learned from what I did wrong last time. Can I do it better? Can you improve it? Like, how could you whittle down your time? Well, I did the same thing at my old job, where you were trying to figure out, okay, this is the way you do it now. Is there a way you can do it better? But eventually, you've cut enough corners. You've done enough stuff. Like, there is no, you can't do it faster than you're already doing it. You hit the wall. Well, yeah. I don't care how you do the puzzle. It's up to you. It's just like when I was at work, when I was training my employees, I'd be like, hey, this is how, at my old job, this is how I do it. I don't care how you do it as long as it gets done correctly. You know what I mean? For a puzzle, it's all about, did you get the puzzle together at the end? Fine. I don't care how you got there. I'm not the one doing it. I don't care how you do it, what you do with it after. Like, I don't know. I understand the way I do it's weird. I know a lot of people don't even like to do it. I am getting close to the end. We are almost done with this thing. Almost to the end. Should be on the home stretch. There's where's this go? Oh. This way. No. Sassafras. You're doing so well. Doing so well. Slotting it in there. Where's the... I was like, I'm missing a piece somewhere. There. That thing. That right there. Why aren't you finding the pieces? Well, kids, it helps if you find where you left it. I'm just saying. Like, it'll come in handy from time to time. This one's up here somewhere. Oh, I know. This one? Oh, hey, maybe that's where this one goes. Like that? Well, that explains why I couldn't figure out where that went. I mean, I knew that section was there. There we go. But yeah, this one's really pretty. This Hummingbird's pretty. Because you got this one and this one. And there's little ones. There's one, there's one. On the one up there. But yeah, it's pretty pretty. Well, I'm going to call it. I made it at 5 hours and 30 minutes. Because you got to figure the times I stopped to pick up pieces. Got food, all that fun stuff. I'm going to say it counts as 5 hours and 30 minutes on the first try. But, yeah. I would move the puzzle, but I don't know if it'll... Will it sit in closer? Well, that looks nice. Isn't that pretty? But now I've now moved it so much I don't know where it came from. Like that. There we go. Oh, doggy. We've accomplished the puzzle in 5 hours and 30 minutes. It's past everyone's bedtime. Everyone's bedtime. We've got to go to work tomorrow. Ridiculous. like to thank everyone for watching, hanging out, chatting away. If you like the video, please like, comment, subscribe. Hit the little like button on your way out. If you have any suggestions, just leave a comment down below. Tell me what I did wrong. Tell me what I did right. Hope you have a great rest of your day, night. Go to bed. It's late. I know some of you need to get up in the morning and do work and whatnot. I hope to see you again. Have a great day, if I can get my mouse to work. Thanks for watching. Bye.